What is up? Finals Thursday time upon us. The day that you've all been waiting for in the weekdays. Well, I think we can provide even more epic days as time goes on, but this'll do for now. That'll do. Little pick, that'll do. So, epic day ahead. Vortex versus Numadon, Luciferon versus Wham, and then grand finals afterwards. We're getting back to the Gigastack mood of KPMM, the way that we like to deliver. Okay? Like, this is the peak way to spend a Thursday. No B versus Vortex? Nope. Numadon beat B. 3-2. You kind of... it's a crazy concept, but you do kind of have to win the series to get to play the person deeper in the series. I did make these rules up as I went along, so maybe I'm wrong on that. But, like, that's usually how we do it. So, yeah, no. B, he went down. He went down like the Titanic, baby. 3-2. Nimu strong. Dude, it's going to have to be. Vortex is just the unstoppable, right? He's the unslayable. He's the GOAT, man. Like, he's easily going to end up being the most accomplished player of KPMM. Full stop. Going to snatch that tile away from people like Wham, B, Anatan, etc. All from the first time around. We'll sub if I do 5 push-ups. Yeah, but, like, YouTube subbing is free. The problem is, like, someone would offer, like, actual money for that on, like, Twitch when they say they sub. So, like, you just kind of... You know, that nice try. Nice try. Joke's on you anyway. You already turned up here, so YouTube's just going to recommend this in your feed regardless of the sub. Alright, so game 1 is going to be Byzantines versus English. Oh, dude, I kind of don't want the game to begin now that this song's come on. Anyone notice this? Are you guys familiar with one of the GO RTSs? Oh. You know, like, I think that... Actually, now I think about more than all the obvious crap, that is probably going to be my biggest heartbreak over the failure of Stormgate, is that we don't get more of Frank Klepacki. Because I think... Was it Stormgate that used him? I'm pretty sure it's Stormgate that used Frank Klepacki. Let me check. Yeah, it was. Yeah, he done the Infernal music track. Sins. The sadness continues. All right, guys. Let's get ready for game number 1 anyway. Yes, this is Red Alert. Man, I'm even just going to vibe to it. Let's go! Hardcore mode! We need Red Alert 2 music because these boys go fast and furious just like that game. It is, of course, Numadon versus Vortex. Game number 1. Let's get straight into our semifinals. Oh, this is going to be a fun one, folks. New map, Tundra coming in, Vortex the Byzantines. Numadon with an unusual English pick. What is the idea here? Is he going for like an old school rush build? Maybe. I'm trying to think what else you want to do here. I guess we're given the backspawn stone he did get, which you don't guarantee, but also the nature of the berries and the deer. There is a world in which you just jam the gap with the TC, because you get that quite frequently. You get these 2 gaps. Remember, Tundra, it gives you a lot of safe food behind your base, as well as insulation points with the tree lines. That's fairly guaranteed. Like, even here, you can see that it spawned kind of to the side of him on the ford, but it still gives a blocker, right? So that could be one way to play this. The other is kind of a fast castle build off of the deer as well. Remember, English do get better gathering rates on deer, courtesy of the campfire once they reach H2. Yeah. RA2 hype lasted until, like, late 2000s? What, you mean up until, like, 2008, 2009? I mean, that's not, like, that crazy. It's a GOAT game. Like, I am still annoyed to hell and back that Red Alert 2 has not been remastered. I don't get... They remastered Red Alert 1. And don't get... I enjoyed Red Alert 1 as well. But Red Alert 2 was on another level. It's criminal that game still hasn't actually been rejigged. So, Vortex, how did we do, by the way? We should be pretty even on sheep. Honestly, this is such a nice thing, actually. Like, I mean, it sucks as a commentator because now I have to find someone else to talk about in the first 2 minutes. But the sheep dispersion, like, you shouldn't really ever be losing the sheep game on this map. It should be even. And why the devs haven't adopted this yet, I'll never understand. Sheep dispersion should just be close to the base, full stop, and that's how we go. My personal take, I think that's like 20,000 times better than what we've actually currently got. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I live in a delusional world. Wait, is the YouTube stream up? Okay, it is. Nice. Yeah, both streams are up. It's being a little bit weird today. So Abbey of Kings coming in, and it is, yeah, it's 2TC. Okay, so 2TC, you know, I've said about this before, like 2TC versus Byzantines isn't, it's not that it's impossible for it to work, especially for us with like English, but it definitely feels quite depowered compared to when you face off against other civs. Byzantines are just really good at optimizing their economy and their ramp up early on. And you have to think, like, the fast castle build, they could easily now just do naked. It's kind of comparative to relic gathering, really. Like, getting those mercs straight away, it really is that same kind of comparison. Did you watch the Brisbane? Wait, what's the Brisbane test? I'm confused. Should I know what this thing is? It just sounds like a made-up thing. Huh? Oh, you mean... like... Sorry, I just realized I had my voice attack stuff in the background and I was accidentally clicking things. You mean the cricket? I don't watch cricket. Alright, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna make some enemies here, but whatever. You probably wanted to watch paint dry instead. I don't find cricket interesting at all. I actually do not find many traditional sports interesting anymore. Like, most of them are just a bore to me. I'd rather spend my time gaming and watching esports. Alright, so 4th level system already coming up. I assume we're just going to keep 3 on gold. Well, he's got 2 right now. Slow on the 3rd. He will want to open up with 1 or 2 Limitane at least, just because of the king. Remember, the Abbey of Kings is going to give you a king for free after 50 seconds. That boy births out and then becomes a nuisance across the map. So you have to show a little bit of respect to him. The key is not to, like, overreact. One of the big reasons why English 2TC has been so good for so long is because of this key little detail around the king. Like, that king just allows you to easily harass without investing anything. It's just always been a bit of an obnoxious factor. You know, French want to harass you, they at least have to pay 240 to build a knight. You just get this bad boy for free. Get checks for a second here. Berry gathering underway. Wheelbarrow already on the way. Already has the backberry plus the deer. This is actually great for, like, getting the second, third group of mercs out and then switching into just pumping cataphracts with the deer income. Like, yeah, I like the idea here. Nimidon, love this as well. TC drop coming in the back. Remember, he can drop a campfire off here to buff the gathering rate by 10% on the deer. This is a pretty nice drop. Yeah, can we just highlight the kind of absurdity of this? Can you believe it? English building a second TC not on the gold? In fairness, there wasn't actually room. But it's for the better this way, I think. Numenon's been in great shape lately. I'm predicting a 3 or 3-1 victory for him in this series. Wait, what? Hold on. I mean... I respect someone going against the flow of things. But a 3-0 victory over Vortex, who is by far the most accomplished player in KPMM Season 2. Like, I'm going to have to really break your heart a little bit here. But you know what? Like, if you resist the heartbreak and you stick to your guns, I respect that too. But if I just open the midweek muster charts for you here, and you can just have a look at our recent winners. Are you seeing... Can you see a slight pattern? Yeah, this is the boogeyman, man. Like, this right here is the scary dude. This is the guy that walks in the room and you just, like, slowly backstep out of the room and hope he didn't see you. And the boogeyman is coming, man. He's not going to be going for that fast castle greedy build. Opens with horsemen. And, well, Numenor... Wait, okay, this... I don't think this is the weirdest thing to see in the world. But yeah, you need to get the racks aligned with it. Remember, because you're against basically discount English, or maybe you're the discount English, they're going to have longbows. So you don't want to just open spears. Spears alone won't win you the game. So you need to accompany it with longbows, but the timing here is going to be rough. Look at this, Vortex already up to 5 horsemen. Horsemen which are phenomenal at diving English bases. Yeah, because the TC doesn't hurt that much. The villagers don't hurt at all, really. It's a tickling. King is going to reveal it. At this point, if I was Numu, there might be a slight bit of panic setting in, because that's a lot of ponies already. Man. It's crazy the way he's playing this. Already just shifting out to the second berries. Has that deer afterwards. Like we said, that's going to be really good. We were saying for cataphracts. This could just be for horsemen, though. He will begin the torch, too. Under mesh already queued up. Vortex is playing like he's got a dentist appointment to get to. Look at this guy go. Pump, 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 pump. 10 lombos already. Steel arrow to follow. He's Dialecticus mode, which means he's going to research in 24 seconds. 24! When you say it like that, it's as intense as the TV show. Numidon, oh my god, what? I think he's been queuing into too many games against Dumu. This is downloadmorelombos.com. There's only one player I know that would relentlessly build them even in these type of situations and maybe pull it off. Let's see if Numidon can be that miracle worker too. Should pay Vortex's salary at this point? I mean, yeah, I kind of already am. I'm not sure what I'm going to list under the employee benefits. You get to hear me say your name, I guess? Cheeky little short wall here. Man, look at this, though. He built 7 horsemen. He's got 15 lombos momentarily, and he's already going castle. So it was the castle play. The thing is, he pumped those horsemen so quick, you wouldn't have fought it with the timing. And I thought he'd actually have to open 1 or 2 Limitani because of the king. I respect the fact he didn't at all. Okay, boy, that sounds like great benefits, okay? Like, what I'm hearing there, I'm hearing a lack of appreciation for being noticed, is what I'm hearing there. Okay? Positive or negative identification is still identification. You know, even if you have to put a gun on the body after you shot him, it's still a clean kill. Golden Horn Tower now on the way. Yeah, and remember what we said. This is kind of like that idea around going for the relics and getting that inflation economy. The Golden Horn Tower is going to be generating him 3 lombos. Rather, 5 free lombos every minute and a half. It's a ludicrous amount of income when you think about it. Like, normally to get that, to achieve that, you're going to need, what was it, 480 if I remember correctly? Or did they increase it again? I can't remember. Like 520, yeah. It used to be 480 and they went 520. I think 520, kind of nuts when you think about the requirement there, right? That's like 8, 9, 10 extra villages, because like villages are going to gather on average 40 and then a minute and a half. Yeah, you're looking at about 8 or 9 extra workers in your economy off of that landmark. At a point in the game where that makes up 25% of your eco. Freaking nuts. Dragon Seed already queued up and on the way. Nimidon did, of course, get forced into the spears. Only very slowly, though. And 4-6 is just more mercs. I thought he'd actually stop for the deer. He didn't leave anyone there. A little bit greedy, but he can switch deer here anyway afterwards. Guess he's just looking for that 25 lombo timing. Nimidon. Oh, man. He is not ready for this. He's already drained the deer. He's eating berries even to just pad himself. Burnfruit's coming in fast. Notice no priority on horseman veterancy here. The lombos can now carry. Yeah, they're vetted up. Similar count. Nimu is... Oh, God. If he white towers back here, is over. He needs the white tower here. Because if you white tower here, the lombos shut down all the farms. You have no food income in castle. So he has to get the white tower front. The problem is, there is 15 lombos waiting for you to do exactly that. Cataphracts also joining the fray. I think this is maybe just a bit of an awkward placement of maybe the farms. I'm trying to think how he could have fixed this, because if they're further forward, they're exposed even more. Maybe he just needed to leave a weird gap. Maybe the archery ranges should have been here, creeping around the back, and then you would have actually had room for white tower there, an extra farm cluster, but this looks pretty chalk, man. Step up the lombos. Immediately regretted. Ranged armor 2's already there, so even though he didn't pump the horsemen up to veterancy, they still have full ranged armor on this dive. Just look at the timing on this. Like, double lombo extra already on the way. Nimidon, moment of truth, mate. Where are we putting this? Oh, God, he's going to try for it. All right. Hold your breaths. It might not be a long dive. Might not need to. Already gets in range. Dives past to the cataphracts. Tramples into the mass lombos. And just starts sniping the villagers. He doesn't even care. Oh, God. All right, guys. Longbow Civ wins again. Yeah, the ones in the red, guys. The ones in the red are the true Longbow Civ. Come on. Well, that was a quick start to the day. Oh my god. All right. Yep, that's a 1-0 lead for the Spanish Bolt. Let's see. Where are they taking us next? So we have got Himiyama coming in. It's going to be Tuklak versus Mongols. Oh, dude. I don't know. Like, if there is... What did I say it was? Himiyama, right? Why can't I find Himiyama? Oh, there it is. If there is one player I trust above all with the Mongols, it has to be Vortex right now. And he just picked them for game number 2 of this series. The semifinals up against Tuklak Dynasty being manned by Numidan. It is a powerful Civ, but it has received some nerfs. However, Himiyama can prove to be an interesting map. The problem is, the way it's interesting involves exposing your future economy. Luckily, the cool thing about playing Tuklak is your economy protects itself. Okay, so Numidan, yeah, he should be pretty safe with this. Gotta say, though, like, you know, I've seen these type of matchups where the Mongols look disfavored on the opening, and Vortex has a history of just pulling through in absurd ways. The way is Keshik. Like, right now, this man is just making an argument for Keshiks are not underpowered at all. You know, you regularly hear some people meme, like, we've called him Kekiks in the past as well. But this guy, he just doesn't care. He full-on just punts like a billion Keshiks into you. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. You've watched it multiple times out of the Madman. He's a spooky boy. I have to imagine that is going to be his win con here. It's not a bad one up against Tuklak, actually, considering they don't have great heavy cav, and you know, going into War Elephants requires time. Early on, you don't really have other better options either. You can kind of go Raider Elephants. There is some sense to it, but it doesn't feel like an insta win like it might in some matchups. And interesting. So he's going to go for the racks. I assume this is for an outpost drop. I thought he'd just neglect this and go feudal. But there is multiple angles of value here. So one angle of value is you can come around an outpost drop anyway. The other angle of value that's quite interesting, guys, is the gold. Yeah, Numidan needs to get his ass moving out now, because Vortex can still block this if you're not in a rush. Can Mongols TC rush? They used to, but a long time ago to fix that, they made a really kind of silly change. And the reason I say it's a silly change is because it's a weird rule that you wouldn't know unless you tried and the game just told you you couldn't. And that's that you cannot place your TC, your primary TC anyway, close to the enemy's primary TCs. So if you tried to TC rush, I think it's here is the closest. So you'd be out of range of arrow firing underneath their town center. Yeah, because if you go and look at literally some of my oldest Age of Empires 4 recordings, you'll find that build. And it was a crazy time in Age of Empires 4. A ridiculous time. In fact, back in those days, Mongols was easily considered S tier. The irony is also Rus was, and Rus, funnily enough, for most of the history of the game, remained so until recently. So double spear is going to arrive. Numidan already has enough gold though, so this is fine. And Vortex, interestingly enough, he didn't actually go for the outpost drop in the end, so he only wanted the 2 spears to block the gold. It is a bit intriguing of a choice now that you have actually committed into spears, though. I guess maybe the thought process is that it stops your opponent or deters him at least from straight up going Raider Elephants. I have to imagine Numidan is going to be going for the Dome of Faith. Yeah. Even with the fact that Dome of Faith got nerfed and Tower of Victory got buffed, people are still literally going the same way. Yeah, You'd think it would change a little summon. Remember, they buffed the attack speed aura for Tower of Victory by 5%, as well as just making the heal elephants worse in the Dome of Faith build. But it doesn't seem to have pulled people away from this strategy of, like, healing is strong. And I kind of have to agree with that. You know, the idea of getting the attack speed is cool in Tower of Victory, but Raider Elephants are so expensive and, in theory, fairly easy to lose if your opponent just starts adding his spears, which he literally already has. So that's probably another deterrent in Numenar's mind, is like, if there was a cheesy Raider Elephant strat here, probably more reliant on my opponent just going straight up Keshiks, not with him opening River Racks and already having spears. Deer Stone's going to be coming through momentarily. Now, Numenor still has the eco advantage now, remember. He's got the fishing boats, 3 of them out, and on top of that, Vortex did move his TC a decent margin, so you can actually see a pretty ridiculous lead already of just over 4 workers in favor of Numenor when he's only got 3 fishing boats. Archery beginning going to be coming through. Okay, so Vortex, you know, it's interesting actually because, like, opening Keshiks could have made a lot of sense here now that your opponent has responded with archers. In some ways, I kind of like this more. Just getting straight into an archery range, you can blob ahead of your opponent because of the fact that you get double production. Your opponent doesn't really benefit as much with the fishing by comparison when going into archers, because it's food, not wood. Now, you can technically just shift that and put more people on the wood, but the idea is that your wood is going to last less than Mongols, because Mongols are supplementing the archer production, i.e. the wood usage, with stone. Opening is going to be Magadai just to begin the raids. This is pretty normal, right? We've seen, like, usually I think it's 4 Magadai, sometimes 6, and then you pivot over into, like, either Archer or Keshiks. I'm assuming he's thinking about, like, Magadai into, like, Archer Keshik timing. Who am I kidding, dude? It's going to be Mass Cav, isn't it? In fairness, Vortex is pretty consistently just believed in only having Cav. Because, you know, 4 legs is better than 2. Well, you know what's even better than 4 actually is 6. 6 legs. Look at this. 6 whole legs. You know what's confusing about that? If you're a Lord of the Rings person, it contradicts. Because in that, being legless is how you're the best archer. But here, being leg full is how you are. Alright, I hate myself now. What is with 3 legs like you? A dog amputee. I'm sorry, I had to do that to you. You were overreaching, okay, Icarus. You were close to, like, touching the sun. I had to save you from yourself. It was imperative. Wonder what we're going to be looking at here as a follow-up. Rax is kind of intriguing. It makes sense, like, with what he's up against here. The heal elephants, I wonder how imperative they're going to be the strategy. Vortex actually just ego challenge the Magadai. What? Okay. There you go, guys. Magadai just beating archers. As all balance dictates, like, the heal elephant can't even actually save him. That was sick. 4 archers down. No Magadai lost. Damn. And that is critical as well. Before the second heal elephant comes out, that's the point where you could probably start just kind of chain healing through those initial Magadai. It's going to allow him now start camping the gold. Needs more of it because I imagine he's thinking Steel Arrow / Undermesh here. And there is an archer switch now from Vortex. So yeah, he's going to be going back to the standard. I think, did he see the racks maybe? And that's why he doesn't just want to play only cavalry? Possible. Also, in fairness, you know, trying to play mass Keshiks into healer elephant spam is pretty difficult. Healer elephants are very good at absorbing shots, and also, you know, with Keshiks, you're going to be limited on what you can strike at, which means healer elephants can just target heal whilst being attacked. Outpost now coming up. Vortex to keep poking and burning through on the east side. Looking to kind of stretch Numenor thin. That's why the choice to go outpost is really smart here. You get the outpost up, you don't have to camp your gold anymore. And you're going to need to be able to shift over to the east side, because if you look at the tree lines, you kind of got griefed on that. What do you think would be a solution to Horse Cav Magadai, especially in team games? More Horse Cav Magadai. Look, like, horseman isn't too bad these days. It really depends on your strategy. That's like a broad stroke answer. Like if you're an Ottoman player, then of course you're gonna like play a little bit of light raiding with Sipahi, but then probably aim towards like a mid-game timing around Janissary. If you're talking about the wider issue, cavalry is just a problem in general because of the map design of team games. And like there's no quick solution to that until they start completely rethinking how they develop maps in Age of Empires 4. Alright, Gearstone coming through. Keshiks are gonna give charge in. Steel Dart already taken by Numidan, so he's got the extra burst damage, but attack speed activated by Vortex. The Keshiks are going to come in from the side. The War Elephants aren't really doing enough here. No, the Keshiks just chase it away. Oh my god. Vortex is a freaking monster. Just back off the Magadai now. Start to expose them. There's this blast cannon, but this Keshiks just feeling unkillable because Numidan didn't get spinning in quick enough to be able to hold the start of a fight. Vortex is starting to take a worse exchange at the tail end, though. There's Magadai finally getting eliminated. We'll get some value on the board for Numidan. Like, keep in mind, like, this is crazy what we just saw. We just saw Numidan lose the fight despite the fact that he had steeled arrows in front and had archer cavalry, archer advantage over cavalry plus archer. So now with steeled arrow coming in, Undermesh following up, what does the next fight look like? Vortex does want to wait for that Undermesh. Remember, he just took a big fight. Those Keshiks, although they've done really well, did take damage over time. So now it's a bit more reliability. Looks like he's actually going to take the opportunity to heal on the dock. Oh, that's brilliant, man. That's absolutely phenomenal from Vortex. I mean, it's just such a smart play. He's essentially allowed the fishing to exist just to use it against Numidan at a pivotal point. If he burnt this down earlier, he wouldn't have a rejuvenation point for most of his Keshik. This basically functions like French chivalry. Nothing chivalrous about what he's about to do. Those archers jumps on in. Keshiks do get pinned. War Elephants, we're going to snipe one down. Vortex starting to fall behind a little bit on military count, actually. But remember, it's premium cavalry quality is the idea. Challenge is, of course, going to be that healer elephant count. Vortex still just trying to snipe through the healing. Struggling to do so, actually. That's interesting. Did he have to charge across is what I'm wondering. And what's the plan going to be now? Like, do you look for a castle play? Because now that it's up to 3, soon to be 4 heal elephants, there's an argument that you just don't have enough to break him. He's going to continue retreat. Keshiks are going to peel off in the meantime, so he's going to look to raid and hide. Vortex, very well known for this type of movement. We've seen it very regularly with his Keshik play. He'll just peel the archers all the way back and leave them at home entirely. Seems contradictive that half your army just isn't participating, but the logic is there. Like, if you can't win a direct fight, why would you keep half of your army, the slow-moving half, in dangerous territory? Gearstone is up to some weird stuff right now. Nimu, he did see the Keshiks down here. Just keeping the heal elephants and spears nearby. This isn't bad, by the way. Like, forcing him to repair and then just coming back to heal. It's pretty nice. I wonder if there's a creeping feeling in Numidan's mind, like, he must be teching soon. It must be a tech coming. In fact, if you're struggling with horse archers, cav archers, etc., the even easier solution I could probably give you is just outposts. Outposts are probably the even better one. Oi, oi. Look at the size of this archer ball, though. Keshik count is damn high, though. Baits out the spearman. Snipes down a few. Archer count is high enough to insta-snipe those spears. And Keshiks, they're going to go for the hard commit. They got on top of him. Numidan stands his ground. Attack speed arrow gets activated. Vortex now just trading with the back line. He's going to dive in even deeper. He's cutting out the DPS. This is like a Reinhardt with no McCrees behind him. That's too easy for the Vortex easy. Vortex easy? Archer ship coming out to try and assist. Go pull the fight away. Value already found. Damage already done. That is how you now deal with those heal elephants. The burst potential easier to achieve since the nerfs to the healing rate on these guys. They may still be standing, but everything around them is crumbling. Now he jumps in, finding them unguarded. He can get the keys around and look for the kills. Dumbo's going down fast. Archers just dealing with whatever firepower is left to assist. At this point, the irony is that those elephants are being used to heal the enemy team. Yeah, pretty bad exchange here. You're hitting one of them, and by the time you've done that, between them, they've healed double the damage. GG Force. 2 Clack crushed, and Vortex 1 game away from a clean sweep to enter the finals. Freaking Vortex, man. I told you, he's the freaking boogeyman with his Mongols. I've giving up on having fun 4v4s. I mean, like, the whole idea is, like, it's a cab fiesta and it's boring. Like, it's always been that way. Can we address the elephant in the room instead of in the 2 Clack game? It is literally, almost always been that way. It's been that way for a very long time. If you play 4v4s and you don't have cavalry teammates, then it's like, what are we doing here? It's always been a huge negative point of 4v4 maps, even 3v3 maps. And then the devs' reluctance to actually fix that by designing good maps for team games disappoints me still to this day. But I've kind of reached the defeatist point of just, I don't care. You know, like I've had to detach myself from it. It's sad to say that as well, but like with these type of things, I've started to have to detach myself from caring as much, because caring and voicing it, and even voicing it directly to devs and then nothing being done about it, it's like at some point you either just, like, you've got to either believe, like, what you're doing is 100% right and I'm just wrong, or there's, like, technical limitations to the extent that you can't fix the problem, right? But whatever one of the two problems it happens to be, like, there's no interest in the solutions being provided. So, yeah. That's why we just focus on creating fun content. Yeah, guys, did I mention I've been scripting a word bot, actually, that we might try and use on Monday. All right, we're going to be hopping into King of the Hill. Is there Outback Octagon today? Probably, but I don't care. I haven't watched any of it. I've been kind of busy with, you know, running an esports league every single week that it clashes with. Yay. All right, in we go. Let me switch this around. All right, he's got backup plans. We head into King of the Hill. Numenor needs to do something fast. He's got Sengoku. He's got Lanecaster. Surely this is the time. It's up against Roos, guys. This freaking Civ just keeps proving itself to be a dominant force despite all the experiments provided. Let's see what Numenor can do with Lancaster to finally foul this Roos beast. Game number 3. Remember, this is actually match point for Vortex. He's already 2-0 up. And he is going to be opening with the Lancastrians with a Spear Rush. Interesting. I wondered if he'd go for this, because depending on the spawns, like, you can kind of just wall off and ignore the spears entirely with 4 or 5 walls. Then again, most Roos players haven't been doing that. I'm not sure why exactly they haven't, but like a short wall here and another short wall here gives you a lot of protection. I guess this spawn actually isn't the best for it because of the way the tree line's situated. But sometimes you get spawns like this where you can just short wall here and then you short wall the back and it protects your hunting cabins and your tree line. But for Vortex in this game, he didn't, I guess you could say he didn't get the best spawn. His gold is forward. It's part of that tree line situation. So that means it would be a longer wall, right? Because you'd have to wall both sides. Did he hang around here? No, it's just he hasn't moved the scout yet. I was wondering, like, is there a villager underneath that? He already knows that this rush is coming, by the way. You can tell by the fact that Vortex did not leave villagers on the hunting cabins with sheep, which is a very popular play for Roos players if they're not going to be attacked. Yeah, and he's already up to 4 scouts. Oh my god. And that's impressive, actually. I mean, it's paid off if you think about it. He's got 18 sheep in total. Meanwhile, Numidan has got 17. But remember, Numidan starts with an extra 4. So Vortex has definitely won the sheep game. Numidan just going to go for the backwards rotation. Sneaking and creeping in. He'll be able to get a little bit of burn damage done here on the hunting cabins. But the hunting cabin's kind of close enough the villagers should be able to repair, maybe pull in. I think actually, no, because the square call, he might be safe if he repairs here. Like, if the spears try to attack him there, I believe they would get attacked by the TC. We'll hit the fast forward a bit. It's only going to be 2 spears. Numidan's going for the age up. Abbey of Kings to be coming in. Golden Gate on the other side. This is pretty much just the norm. And how do we follow this up? Hobbler? Hobbler would make a lot of sense. I'm assuming Roos are going to go Pro Scouts, and that could force them into spears to protect the Pro Scout play if you Hobbler. Well, you guys are back to comparing AoE2 to AoE4. Let it go. I thought we moved beyond that, guys. Come on. That comparison, like, never really ends well. Even with good intent, it usually just ends up with compliments turning to insults. Villager pull for the repair, by the way. A lot of them, in fact. He actually went triple Villager because he didn't want to stay here long, is the idea. So we'll get the top off. Up soon to complete. Scout's just being a little bit of a nuisance at home. Yeah, so just kind of poking the mining camps, forcing Numidan to maybe accidentally repair them. Might even get the scout if... Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, that was close. There's a bit of hesitation there. AoE2 maps seem to be small compared to AoE4. Oh, in some cases, maybe. But it's also to do with the style of the assets and how they inhabit space. Right, like you got a different game engine with units moving different speeds, etc. That'll make it feel different as well. Okay, so archer range coming in. Interesting. Vortex, he doesn't go for the spears. That does enable Lancaster to straight up into Hobblars, but I think maybe Vortex is looking at a Knight Archer build here. It's also possible there's just going to be 1 or 2 archers to secure, and then he'll play for attack. Is there a possibility that we could see Vortex versus Marine Lord on a weekly basis? You'd have to take that from Marine Lord. He'd have to start playing. So basically, Vortex needs to beat him, and then Marine Lord is going to be like, oh my god, KPMMs are actually really, really important and really useful. I've been missing out. And then boom. Well, you know, problem is Marine Lord is just sitting on his Gentlemate's money. He's got a little Gentlemate's yacht in the middle of his, 50-foot swimming pool. Sipping pina coladas all day. Some people just got the easy life, you know. So, what have we got from Numu? It is going to be Hobbler, yeah. And Pro Scouts, so everything pretty much playing out as you expected, even getting the stables. Man, I watched too much Age of Empires. Is it because of the amount of prize pool? I mean, that might be part of it. He just also might not want to play that many games. I don't know. But, like, I mean, I'm not going to put unrealistic money on the line each week. We scale it logically. For me to be at a point where, like, this week's prize pool is 5,000, you'd have to be looking at a few thousand people watching each week. Pro Scout's going to get their first goodies in. Spears are going to be a little bit annoying, but remember, he already has double archer. Annoying part is going to be this Lord getting in the way. You can, of course, cut it right from him. But you're probably going to have to sacrifice some health just to get rid of the spears. Actually does it pretty well. I feel like he didn't take as much damage as he probably should have from the Lord. I have to remember these Lords don't hurt as much as they used to either. Now, first Knight coming out. I mean, one Knight can actually beat one Lord now with the changes. Yeah, quite convincingly. Moves across. Archers are going to be a little bit of a pickle, but they'll be able to retreat. And that Lord already down to 52 HP. Nicely played by Vortex. So shrinks the threat, gets rid of one of the lords. Snipes the Hobbler because the unreasonable dive underneath the TC. Yeah, I think that was a distraction factor. Numenor was busy looking at the Lord, didn't notice the situation with the Hoblard. He's going to be a backup here temporarily. Numenor, he has got a pretty decent mana, right? Yeah. Yeah, about 150, 160, 170 actually resources coming out of that bad boy. The cool thing about this as well is, like, on this type of map, you're going to get a lot of consistent value in your manas because of the tree line. Right, so you'll have to pop probably another one a little bit deeper. But then you add in farms here later. You've got the berries in the meantime. You've always got the gold. Then you can just jam another mana, say, over here. It's a pretty cool map, actually, for Lancaster from that logic. Compared to other maps where that tree line will quickly disappear. Decent amount of deer already home, by the way. So it's at least going to be the double stack coming back for Vortex. Numenor is going for a castle play here, by the way. Yeah, stockpile of resources coming through. Does feel like he's a little bit weak on the feudal army for it, though, which you'd expect out of someone saving 1,800 resources. It's just if Vortex realizes this, he could quickly start to extract value, especially with night raids. That's a nice thing. Like, when you get to this type of comp as Roos, it's not a bad idea to hang around a little bit longer, because it's kind of similar to French. Like, yeah, I'm building up these knights, so when I go Castle Age, I've already got a bunch of knights. Same logic behind civs that build men-at-arms in Feudal Age, and they just get the number up. You get the number up to like 15, 20, 25 men-at-arms. All of a sudden, the moment I'm Castle Age, I've got an army that can dive your base and stay in your base the whole time. Tip the camera a bit? Okay. Is that better? Oh, wait. There we go. I think that's fixed it. There we go. Nice. Like tower down the way. It is going to be in the center of the map. This is all in. Okay. Bit risky, but he saw the knights coming, I assume. So he drags them away. Now, Vortex, wait a second. Is he going to see this? Hold your breath. This is going to be stuck. No. No, surely. Surely he does. Are you kidding me? He does not see it. Knights and archers are coming in anyway, though. Wait, no. No, wait, what? He sends them to guard the site, and they find it! Absolute disaster! Archer count good enough to go straight after the workers. This is a failed tower! It's gonna be a red tower when it's finished being caked in the blood of Lancaster. Oh my god, this is over. What do you do? Your army is half the size of your opponent's, and you'd have to restart the landmark. GG gets called. That is Vortex speedrunning a semifinals in 45 minutes. I mean, wow. Well, that is a disastrous experience in the week for Numenor. That is going to be a GG's coming out. And that means that we have got Vortex being the first player into the grand finals. But we have got another semi-finals to do. That, of course, is going to be Vortex versus Lucifron, which should be kicking off momentarily. Let's have a look. Sheesh. Numu's been playing well too. Yeah, this is what I mean though. Vortex is just on another level, man. Like, when I keep saying he's the boogeyman, I'm not exaggerating. He really is the scariest dude to try and beat at the moment. All right, so Civ Picker coming in from the boys. Let's see what we got. Did I say Vortex vs Luciferon? I don't think I did. Did I? I'm pretty sure I just said we've got Luciferon versus Wham coming up. I mean, it'd be hard to spoil this considering it's literally live. Ha ha! Well, anyway, it's Luciferon versus Wham. In fact, let me update our graphics as well, so we show that Vortex is already in grand finals. Let's see. So it should be showing now. Nice. All right, G1 is going to be on the new Tundra map. Wham has picked the Abbasids. We saw this attempted earlier in the week, and it did not end well at all. And it's going to be up against Byzantines. So I think we can tell that Vortex and Luciferon have played a few versions of this map together. There's something suspicious that suggests they may have been practicing this map with each other. Like, both of them just valuing Byzantines straight away. Oh man, I still need to decide exactly what we're doing tomorrow, by the way. With the variety stream. I've narrowed it down to a few different ideas. I need to test a few things ahead of time, actually, so I'll have to do that tonight. But let's just say one of the ideas that I'm really attracted to is very Crazy Taxi inspired with a twist. But there's a few other ones on the short list to cook up on a Friday. If you guys did not tune in last Friday, by the way, you 100% missed out. We suffered a lot, but we were able to answer the all-important question, can you beat Sonic with only voice commands? Said Lucifer vs Vortex? Okay. Well, I mean, it could be Luciferon versus Vortex. Then again, Wham's no pushover. Based on recent tournament performances, Wham in EDC finals got a lot further, right? Luciferon went out. Was it first round, I believe? And then I think Wham, he started upper bracket, made it through. Then, originally 3-0 Marine Lord up there. So we should have a tight set, actually. A really close set, I'd say. Let me see. Are they waiting for confirmation to launch? Or something? Let me double check. As they seem to be taking a hot second. Beastie got both out? Yeah. That's true, but one of them beat Marine Lord. So in fairness to them. Yeah, Luciferon, I wasn't expecting really to go out that early, considering how well he done and how deep he got in the previous tournament. Previous tournament, he was the grand final dude. So yeah. Twists and turns. Very fast twists and turns at that. With the tournament scene. I've just been looking at the map of where countries that are represented are from. It's like, huh. No American civs. Not one goddamn American civ, full stop. Although, interesting that we're going to be getting Vikings, to be honest with you. I'm of a mixed bag about the Vikings announcement. Because, now... So here's the thing. I think there was already some backlash over the feeling, why the Macedonians should have, basically been a Viking civ. Which is fair. Now that we're essentially just adding Vikings anyway, it makes it feel like a weird civ in my eyes. Now it just feels like... And I imagine, it's been developed much longer than that. But it feels like it's oh crap, we screwed up. We should have made Vikings. Rather than, there was a clear plan and concept all along. I don't know, my take is I feel like Vikings was kind of represented already. I would have probably preferred to have seen, Aztecs or some crap. And Spain. Or, Spain, actually, dude, Spain would have been a big win, I think. Spanish is, what, the third biggest viewership audience, language-wise, for AoE4? behind English and German? I mean, we gave 2 Englishes. No American civs, no automatic machine guns in the hands of villagers. Whoa, 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 whoa! It's not automatic. It's semi-automatic, meaning it's as quick as you can move your little finger. It's different. Oh yeah, actually, sorry, yeah, China, yeah. You're right, yeah. Yeah, so 4th biggest. I think we just start banning MoK for even mentioning things being live. Right? And if it turns out in real life that he's a doctor, this is going to make his life very difficult. Not even allowed to say people are alive. We're going to instigate some change out of him here, boys. Dude, I really want to find some fun ways to do run-throughs of Portal 2. I'm weighing up what we could do. Maybe Twitch chat plays Portal 2? Jesus Christ, that'll take forever. I had this idea around your guns randomly firing off. So, like, your portals are a bit wacky. But I would want to find something extra that, like, ultra screws with you. I.e., like, you know, if you shoot somewhere that isn't a viable portal location, you blow up. I wonder how hard that would be to code, because I'm pretty sure that type of thing will not exist already. Like, I'm looking at, for example, Nexus mods, and from what I can tell, it's literally just... It's just graphical changes. That's the only thing people have done. Actually, there's community-made stuff on Portal 2, though, isn't there? Doesn't Portal 2 have a workshop area? They do, yeah. Just gotta remember how to get to it. I realized recently, I was like, man, I rate Portal 2 as like the best puzzle game ever created, blah, 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 but I haven't played it in a very long time. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of mods. Jesus Christ. Laser catapult. What? I'll have to look into this. It's where I'm getting better at using AI to actually make these searches easier as well, I've noticed. Yeah, I'll look into it later. That's going to be some behind-the-scenes research required. I end up doing a lot of that. Let's see. One second. Go through here. Just need to send some details over. Alright, there we go. Whoa. Actually, you're right, dude. Thank you, Panda. Well, how do I forget about French? Yeah, actually, French has become quite big. Like, historically, I don't think French was bigger than German and Spanish, but there's a good argument in there for AoE4. Yeah, the point still holds. Spain is quite high up. It should have representation. It's crazy it still doesn't. All right. What's that? An S-tier semi-finals, you say? Oh, it must be our weekly series of KPMM. We've got semi-finals between Lucifer and Wham here. And this is crazy, folks. The Abadsids. We keep saying they look bad, but you guys needed proof. You needed an even matchup. Well, how about this? Wham versus Lucifron to decide it, as we've got Abbasids versus Byzantines on a brand new map. Okay, welcome back to the channel, folks, for Cast the Game. This is semi-finals, of course, for week number 16. Oh, God. Jeez. I gotta go touch some grass. Guys, I haven't even been climbing this week. I've been so busy with everything else. That and I really busted up my wrist. But man, it should all be worth it for this. This is the one. Surely this is the one. We've only had one series that went 5 games out of all the possible BO5 so far. This one feels like it should be going all that way. You know, both their recent performances, Lucifron in the previous S-tier tournament, able to make it all the way to grand finals, only to fall victim to Marine Lord. Wham, who beat Marine Lord in the opening, then fell victim to Beastie in the lower bracket at the recent tournament. This is it. This feels like the balance in all things. And, well, what does the winner get? The winner gets to book a date against the unslayable king of KPMM. Vortex is waiting there, Kushki, in the grand finals. Should Wham get there, we could have a very, very long and epic finals. Should Lucifron get there, we could have a very short, epic grand finals. Can we get Gamba? No. Not enough of you subscribe today. Gamba is turned off until I receive more bribery. Them's the rules. If you guys want to gamble on things, I need to get paid too. You can cry rigged all you want. It is. You don't build a casino if there ain't no people to buy. Military wing now coming in. God damn it, who done that? So melee wing makes a lot of sense. Even if you could go 2TC, you're going to need the initial military units to get the breathing room is the idea. Byzantines in theory should be a civ you could maybe get away with not doing that against though. So I'm starting to maybe wonder if this is more all-in, an aggressive build from Wham where he's only 1 TC. Because like in my eyes, maybe you would prefer Culture Wing if you were just trying to 2TC into FC. Because remember, Byzantines don't get their first units out fast. Normally because they're waiting on those Lombos to come. Winery now on the way. Tier 3 System already going to be locked in. Vortex Numa is already over. Yep, he beat him in 45 minutes. That's... I mean, you know, sometimes being called quick is a complimentary thing, and I think this is one of those. He's a monster. This EGC is his. I mean, he's my front runner. Like, we actually called it, funnily enough, before EGC even began. People were like, oh, who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to win? It's like, I've been watching him in these KPMMs. Vortex is the one to beat. I mean, seriously, guys, this guy has not lost a KPMM finals. Full stop. Like, every single week that he has participated in Season 2, he has gone all the way to the grand finals and won. So, whichever one of these two emerges victorious is going to have to be on top form. And looks like Wham is actually going to go for the 2TC build. Okay, so probably, like, what? You drop it to the backside here? Or does he go for the gold? The problem with Sticky on the front side, you think it's good, but it does leave you very vulnerable to a Byzantine Kira Siphon all-in timing, which they love to do against civs like this. In fact, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, was it Abbasids versus... No, that's right, it was Abbasids versus French. Lucifron was on French, and then it would have been... Was it Chdir? No, it was Creator. Creator tried to play an Abbasid game, I remember now. Archer Spear is going to arrive soon. Already been scouted out. And we should be looking at... What exactly? Oh, no. Oh, guys. You just need to... You both need to stop and just look. I'm pretty sure that's walkable. That is walkable, yeah. A little bit of poke in here. Lucifron just choosing walls over army. Just couldn't get them out quick enough. And now... Oh, come on! Wham, Master of Walls needs to be paying attention here. The archers are going to start moving in for the snipe. He cannot get the wall in. This is pure anarchy on the wall attempts. Lucifron wasting a lot of time. Not really achieving too much out of it. He's still got quite some way to go until he'll have mercs. And Wham's already in. He even gets the spin in range. That's huge. He gets a kill. Maybe gets a second. Almost pinned him against the berries, actually. Does end up losing one of the spears, but happy with that trade. Damn. And yeah, he can just camp here. He can stop all Oliver gathering now. Which means that Lucifron has been biding his time, waiting for Lombos to secure his early game. Now he's going to have to wait a lot longer. Gathering the remainder doesn't seem feasible here. He needs Horseman stat. Yeah, he's still got to get just under 200 olive oil. Not going to happen. And even if you eventually clear these archers out, you're now going to have a crap load of liabilities in your base. Look at this health bars. Love what we got out of Wham. Look at this. I thought it was going to be on this side, on the gold, or behind the base. He goes super far forward. The reason I love this more than if he put it on the gold, I mentioned like doing 4 TCs can be quite regrettable against Byzantines, but the difference is the intent with the second TC. 4 TCs on the gold suggests just greed. Whereas when you go for deal like this, there's a greed element if you get the advantage, but it gives you a push timing as well. Archer spears are getting it cleared. Luciferon now able to get back towards gathering. Man, look at all the splits here. Poppy's going to win. Marine Lord's going to win. Vortic's going to win. You all can't make up your mind. What I love is you basically all just listed the possible winners of EGC finals. What a fight for semi-finals, Marine Lord. Semi-finals, we get these two. That's kind of nuts, right? And a Badson's coming out as well as a crazy detail. Still, just absolutely huge fan of the way he set this up. Especially considering that if Byzantines want to stop this with the Curious Siphon timing, well, they need units to build around, and the Horsemen can't do that. So by delaying his Merc timing, you actually delay the direct threat to what you're doing. And what you're really doing is going castle. Look at Wham's macro. Yeah, just kind of beating Byzantines at their own song, really. The Civ that just loves to greed into castle. I did open melee wing, which means that the camels won't be an opening option. I don't think you need eco wing either. You have quite a lot of food in this corner. So I guess culture wing, so you can get all your techs cheaper. Trade wing, I wish, but I just don't think we're going to see. Like, this map is technically pretty good for trade. No one has tried it yet, though. Moment of truth is fast approaching. Wham with 11 on the gold. Just needs to basically get one big drop off. And Luciferon now going up to level 5 system finally. His tech up timing won't be that too far behind, actually. And this is the thing that I mentioned about Byzantines. Like, they are very good against 2 TC civs for this reason. The system functions like a pseudo town center. So much more beyond. Yep, confirmation is indeed going to be culture wing. Boo! No trade wing. Honestly, guys, I think trade wing is like the deadest landmark in the game at this point. Oh, well, it's like top 5 most dead, for sure. Horseman. Just going to fish for some kills. We're about to find the one. Is Marine Lord looking forward to playing KPM in the future? Yeah, after he loses to Vortex, he'll be like, damn. And then, like, Poppy Paul will be like, damn. They'll all be like, damn, we need to be playing in KPMMs. It's the best training. Extra walls. Yeah, it's quite funny. Out of these two, Wham is the second player to wall. Luciferon spent a lot of time walling early on, and then Wham waits until he's halfway to castle for it. Siphon's coming, though. This is the threat point we talked about. 40 seconds away from a tech up as well, so going to be a little bit difficult to defend. Because Limitane can also just go in for the burn. Whether he'd want to send them in is the debatable part. If you know your opponent's going castle, do you really want to lose your spearman trying to break a TC? Does see the Raxus spread out as well. Burn begins. Villagers will scramble inside. Limitane plus Javelin, the best 2-unit comp he's going to have available for this dive. Horseman would have been better than the Spears, but your opponent already shoots Spears, so you don't really want it. Torches are going to come out to scare away the Curious Siphon. The TC already down to half HP. If you're going to make the move, it needs to be fast here. Wait, Wham? What? He just wastes time walking to his death there. No wheelbarrow, no quick rush, and also the Hero Siphon, you see the value of it. It stays so much further away from the TC, you can't cheese it to kill. And Wham just does the best thing he can, walks the remaining villagers away alive. But Luciferon is now going to continue the push. I mean, he has to at this stage. Gulam's going to start spawning out, but the Rax locations are the big problem here for Wham. He's only got one that's technically safe. Here, Siphon can remove a double. Javelins, what are you doing a good job of whittling away at the few Gulam he actually spawned. This is not looking great right now for Wham. That's a lot of damage on your unkillable units. Yeah, because he was so greedy about this. He didn't get Undermesh, he didn't get Wheelbarrow. Like, he's broadside techless. The only thing he ended up getting was the broad axes. Now, onto the stables? Didn't know jabs do that much damage. Look, when your opponent gets no ranged armor and you get +1, they definitely do. It's 9 damage versus 4 armor. We'll at least get the first Lancer out, but that Hero Siphon's about to be a hero. Getting some trim damage onto the Rax, actually. Yeah, look, like, he's clipping both of them. So the Rax is almost dead as well already. He's going to keep rotating deeper, now looking for the food source. Wham has stockpiled a lot of that, actually. He needs to find gold is the problem. And this could be his saving grace. He snuck 5 back onto the gold where the second TC got dropped. Luciferon yet to realize it. The other bigger problem, though, is Wham needs a lot more infrastructure. Oh, God. Javelin Matane, dive on in. Gulams have to hold the ground. Difficult to do so against this many speeds, though. Wham barely registering an eco lead at this stage. And the military just feels bungled. Doesn't feel like it exists. 2 Gulam is all he can claim to. And only 1 remains standing as the Javelins dive past, chasing after the workers. This looks like the end. Abadsid's, again, just suffering another defeat on this map against the same player. This Hero Siphon, my God. that has to be the most value Hero Siphon we've seen in months. Look at what they've done. It killed the TC. It killed a Rax, house, stables, Rax, house. What? That is 300, 400, 500, 800, 1500? That's over. That's like. Remember the cost of TC? Yeah, 1550. So it killed 1700 resources worth of buildings. What? The Hero Siphon. Oh my God. At this stage, I don't think the Gulam save him. The Jav count is too high now. You just get kited and killed. Like, look at the DPS. 3 flurries of javelin shots and it's a Gulam gone. And you're just not producing quick enough. You also still don't have gold access, so long term you can't even keep this up anymore. This one little ram ruined everything, man. Game number 1 is definitely coming to an end with that on the way. Golden Horn Tower now queued up. I would expect Wham to wave the flag the moment the tech up completes. And you couldn't blame him. Like, at this stage, he's barely got any economy left. It's 34 workers to 50. They're 15 minutes, and you were a 2 TC Abbasid boy. We did talk about this, though, the 2 TC strats against Byzantines. Like, this is what I meant by they feel like they have a better arc than 2 TC. They pad their economy, but also it helps in so many different ways. Conscriptio Dialecticus, getting research speed, production speed, the mercenary timing. Like, a lot of what Byzantine now envelops himself around with the systems directly contests the idea of 2 TC strats. And even if you somehow are still alive at the end of that damage, castle tech up is enough to convince you it's all done. Luciferon queuing up the first cataphracts. We're up to 10 Golem now. Like, this is the only option Wham has at this stage. He has to just send it in and kill. The problem is, Veterancy comes in so fast. And he still doesn't even have ranged armor 1. GG called. 1 Kira Siphon to fell a whole kingdom. That was fast, but kind of wild. That one's probably uploadable because of the Kira Siphon. Ooh. Wonder if Wham forgot Golden Age Tier 1 or he doesn't prioritize it. I don't think, like, it's nice, but, like, I don't think that was his fundamental issue, right? It's like, I think he needed to have Wheelbarrow to defend the TC against 1 Kira Siphon, because if it's 2 Kira Siphons, it delays the timings, and then you can maybe scrap Golems together to defend. It's just really tricky. Like, with Hero Siphons, compared to any other type of ram, remember, they have range, so they stay further away. And that's what Lucifron held hostage over him, is the fact that he just couldn't reach it. Even though they're squishier than standard rams. But wait, why did I put Wham game 1? Sorry, Lucifron game 1. Wham does not have game. Game 2 is going to be Macedonians versus Delhi on Dry Arabia. What? I actually think that this is a pretty harsh matchup for Macedonians. Like, Delhi feels like they should be pretty good here. Let's find out. You asked for it, we deliver. Macedonians never seem to get picked, let alone prioritized, in competitive Age of Empires 4. But the Canadian is cooking. And let's see if these Macedonian nuts are going to be tasty or burn. We hop into game number 2. It is going to be Macedonians versus the Delhi of Lucifron. And Delhi, folks, I think this is a powerful pick up against Macedonians. Let's see how Wham navigates what could be a pretty difficult matchup. And god damn it, the names have been reversed again. One sec. I need to... Oh, actually... Oh, wait, no, we don't need to restart. We can just do this, can't we? Do this. Like this. All right, guys. I can't flip the top because, as you just saw, it reversed their names. And I assume you guys prefer this to reading backwards, if I'm not mistaken. So let's get predictions up. Game number 2. Macedonians versus Delhi. Why do I think this is so hard for Macedonians? Macedonians, if they want to play around a Varangian guard strat in Feudal Age, doesn't work very well against the Delhi because the Delhi can actually just mass up Ghazi with healing and they never lose any troops. The problem with the mass Varangian strat, it kind of relies on the idea that you're going to get runestones. And healing blocks that idea. So for that to work, if that's the goal, I think Wham would have to look at going Hippodrome to just gradually get his hands on the Ridari that would give movement speed to Varangian. The alternative is you go for a fast castle play. Not the craziest idea in the world, but can be risky against a civ like Delhi. Delhi has historically been one of the better civs at punishing fast tech plays because of their presence and how much they benefit from being present in the Feudal Age. I'm looking at the spawn here. Wondering if there is a good Grand Winery. I mean, you're not really going to build it out here is the problem. Gold is really good, by the way. Holy crap. Feudal Varangians have 6 freaking melee armor? Agreed. But, once again, the problem there, Johan, is they're not a real threat if they can't start killing without the Ridari or Runestone. Because you just get kited, right? Like, that's the idea anyway. So, while I totally agree, as when we saw the Varangian introduced in that form, it's the first thing I looked at. I was like, this looks really strong. But the issue is like getting them to a point that they actually threaten a civ that has healing. And it is indeed going to be the Hippodrome. So this is a correct play. I think that this gives you the options. A lot of people think Grand Winery, but like I said, if you go Grand Winery, you absolutely need to get Runestone charges. This way, even if Lucifron doesn't lose any units, you will still eventually get movement speed for your infantry. And it also gives you Ridari down the line to play into as an option, right? Like even your horsemen, actually horsemen with Hippodrome can test Delhi's horsemen quite well. Once again, you are going to want something that can get kills though, because otherwise Delhi will optimize around the heals. Especially with being a Dome of Faith build, because every Delhi build is a Dome of Faith build. Man, I just love how innovative and different and unique all the builds are for this Civ. You haven't lost one Macedonian game, Pro Scout, since new patch. It is hilarious you say that, because I remember the first week of Macedonians being released is the only time I've seen a Pro Scout pro game with Macedonians, and it was Wham. And he lost in, like, I think 13 minutes. It did not end very well. Yeah, I mean, you won't see it in this game anyway. If you're going to do Pro Scouts, it's because you've got the Grand Winery. Doesn't make sense with this type of build-up. How do you guys predict, by the way? Who's winning this? 52 to 48 in favor of Wham. Damn, you guys are tight all the way, huh? Is this like... Now you're like, oh man, I could see anyone taking this. So now it's kind of a case of, instead of just gambling against the small man and taking a small, like, pension, now it's like, man, I want that big 50% for the pie. So, horseman beginning. Now, the thing I like about spamming horsemen straight away here, by the way, is if you get 2 horsemen, it aligns with the timing for your first champion arriving, the scout champion. And with the scout champion and the 2 horsemen, you'll have enough damage to 2-hit kill your way through a villager. It's a really nice kind of discount knight timing when you think about it that way. Ghazi beginning as well, coming in from this front. To be expected. And wait a second, he's back again. Stop this, Matt Namkin. Remember, guys, the right side of this UI is actually Lucifer. God, this is gonna get annoying. He's just getting the Pro Scouts for free. Even went for the double mill build, which means you'll get it a bit quicker as Delhi. Because otherwise, if you wanted to rush Pro Scouts, you'd be sacrificing your timing on fertilization. Although, Lucifer has not actually split the queue yet. Everything has been queued in a single mill. Oops. Horseman poking forces the Ghazi to be defensive. Adgir Mafar to follow up from Wham. I assume we're going to be scaling cavalry armor here over infantry. Cav armor just makes a lot more sense. You get 2 levels into the cavalry health and armor, and you basically match Ghazi. Actually, you exceed them because of the armor factor. Then you add in the Hippodrome Horseman, which is going to give you +2 damage, and you can favorably trade into ponies. Once again, the challenge is, of course, getting kills, because if you're in a melee off, it's much easier for 1 HP units to get away and heal up. I assume we're going to be getting an Arsenal momentarily. Not sure what else he'd be holding out for. Intriguing. I guess he just wants to reach core comp on horseman count first. Textiles wisely coming in from Lucifer, respecting that power spike we talked about. This opening feels a little bit weird, no? But I get the idea from Wham. He just wants to set the pace rating, and Adgir Mafar will stay at home. So essentially what he's trying to do is remove the Delhi threat by A, keeping the Ghazi dancing around their own base, and then B, stopping your opponent from grabbing sacred sites. This is a fluid 1-2 tapper. Even now forcing Lucifer to go for his own spin because he's clearly sensing the problem of him being stuck in the base. Ghazi are going to be able to sneak out. New Adgir Mafar did just arrive. Maybe just in the nick of time. Formation Shuffle will also get him out of a bind, so dodges the raid. All pressure relief now, actually. Yeah, Wham started to bring it all home. He's going to be rallying forward again now that the Hippodrome Horseman's arrived. Remember, this guy is stacked on stats himself, but he's also going to stack the stats of everything around him. +2 damage to every single cavalry unit, even scouts. Oh, Ghazi still wrapping around in circles. We'll just stay still for kills, though. Love this. Wham. Is he going for the Varangian arrow slits? Stronghold defensive arrow slits seems viable here. Yeah, he just sent 5 out of stone, but oof, that timing. The villagers run the ones. Ends up losing a single worker. He did cap out on the stone, though, so he should have enough, regardless of that worker loss, to get his Varangian arrow slits. Yeah, honestly, if you have 2 of these, it pays for itself. Obviously, the negative is you don't have any garrison slots inside the Varangian strongholds. But that's why you put the outpost nearby. More spearmen starting to arrive. Look at this health bars. This is what I mean. This is where it gets frustrating. Is you've almost killed 2 more, right? That's 40% of what you need to get a runestone. But now, what Lucifron can do is he can walk all the way back home and top those off, so you never get runestone charges, making it much harder to leverage Akimafa. Both players now going for the 1-1-1 comp, by the way. Archers, horsemen, and spears. How the Golden Horde nerf? Unsure. We haven't really seen them so far. They haven't been a priority pick. I don't feel like they were before, though, because in tournament play, we were playing with the rule set where the kit shacks were fixed anyway. So that wasn't really a problem. So we've got Lucifron trying to claim the first of the sacred sites now. Moves to the south. Bam. Gonna be sneaking in. Lucifron yet to react. This could be a good hit, but shifts it just last second. Oof. And that's painful. Wham. We still do not have any commitment into tax. Yeah, he literally has no arsenal. He's playing Macedonians without a single tech upgrade on military, which is doubly scary here. That's one of your biggest edges, and also against Delhi, it's even more important. So we are going to get the arsenal drop now. I'm assuming this is going to be range damage upgrade, actually, for the way that he's now building. Bogmuffer, they can get +2 damage, essentially becoming longbos in this village in all but range. Yeah, there you go. It is going to be the sharpening stones. Gets +1 range damage. Also going to be useful for the defense in your base. So remember, it affects all arrows and bolts. That means the Varangian stronghold that attacks at 10, the outpost fire, the TC fire, they're all going to increase. It is actually interesting to think about how often I see range damage priority skipped, even when someone's playing defensive with multiple outposts. But the logic is meant to be, if you're going for a Ridari strat, you want to put basically all of your resources into armor and health. Macedonian is number 1 on the ladder for some reason. Oh, diamond level. I reckon people are just playing Ridari strats. Ridari strats is the easy peasy way of just winning. Ridari strats is very reminiscent of Japanese fast castle knights. You know, if you don't know what you're doing against it, you're just going to die to it. Now the poke in. This was more archers than I think Lucifron was expecting. Weird split, though. The Bogmuffer are exposed. Has to start retreating. A few spearmen aren't going to get in the way. Archers return for the trade. Ghazi with slight overextension. Well, I'm just trying to brute force. Now, he has got the runestones. This is where it gets scary. He's got the extra movement speed as well as the extra range. His spears, however, are overcommitting. Looks like he's getting distracted elsewhere right now. He's going to have to start retreating. Archers will be able to get the snipe on the spears. Count being brought low. Now, if he can get a good position here, he could even think about using unwavering focus. But first, he needs to get rid of those spearmen. Cav is going to spread out. He's got a Ridari in there, remember. The movement speed is huge here. 1.44 means he can chase for days and break him over and over. Lucifron, big mistake made here. He felt a necessity to go, and Wham will blow him out of the water in that fight. And Ridari, just such a game changer. Like, why does this unit have Castle Age stats in the Feudal Age? 31 base damage. 280 HP. It makes no damn sense how good this unit is. Even just the one. mean, it's a champion, I get it. But, like, I feel like a champion, it should scale with the age, right? So in Feudal, the stats should be maybe slightly lower than a Castle Ridari. And then it should be higher than a Castle Ridari when it's Castle Age. But in Feudal Age, this thing is ridiculous. I mean, even if you use a counter unit against it, guys, a counter unit is going to do 29 damage here. Then you have to mitigate 4 melee. So 25 damage per strike. So if you use counter units, if you use Spearman against this Ridari, it's still going to take you 12 hits to kill her. 12? 12! Meanwhile, it'll kill your Spearman in 3. And did I mention it attacks quicker than your Spearman? You just can't make up these stats, man. And this Bog Maffa group, my god. Remember, Bog Maffa soft counter, even Horseman actually, weirdly enough. Because of the unwavering focus, he can mitigate all your armor. Bam. Bit of an aggressive dive, but okay. Carry on, soldier. I think he was expecting a tech up. That was a little bit weird. I think he was maybe expecting a tech up. This is just so hard to win now for Delhi. Now, we talked about the Rangian strat and how Delhi could deal with that, but this is someone else, man. You see what I mean? I don't think you can actually play Grand Wine in this matchup, but Hippodrome seems to be the way to just slay. And it's always that Ridari timing. As soon as he arrives, a complete game changer. More runestones looking to be deployed now. Wham actually didn't click that one down. Didn't click this one down either. Whoops. Oh no. We've seen this before. Still 1 or 2 champions left over are going to dive in. Wham. Well, there's been a lot of raiding, actually. He's been losing workers on the flanks. So this is kind of all in. He needs more damage because Lucifron is now ahead by 8 workers. Yeah, he may have been losing the main fights, but he's winning elsewhere. Looks like we had some raids out to the flanks that were just finding targets on unguarded resources. The Hippodrome Radar is a champion unit. Like, dude, even if you gave it 230 HP and 25 damage, the Ridari champion would feel like a champion. 25 damage, like, it's a 31 right now. 25 damage would be higher than a Castle Age Knight's damage. Trust me. It could be tweaked down. It wouldn't be crazy. Now, cavalry on the back. Finally gets some revenge. First kill claimed for Wham. He needed it as well. I think Lucifer might be in a need for some food soon at this rate, though. He's been trying to sneak some pro scoutage back over time, but becoming harder and harder. We have got a boar sneak now from Wham. And we also have got... Is that the armor? Yeah, so he's prioritizing ranged armor and health for his backline. This is all about the Bog Maffa now. Sacred Site is going to be crept, but only momentarily, I think. And also, don't discredit how good the Ridari champion is. Even with the aforementioned nerf ideas, it still gives 15% move speed to your infantry. It is literally Yam aura. It's bloody strong. Even if you were to tweak its base stats, it's still a good unit. And you get the first one for free. And considering Ridari's worth 300 resources, that's already half your tech cost back. And GG, man. He just gives up there. Doesn't even have the final fight. Folks, Macedonians looking on the up. I think there's a few... This is the interesting thing as well. Let me know if you guys experienced this. With Macedonians, they have a few different directions and strats they can go in. And some of them can feel like Giga Throws. Like the Rangian Guard strat here with Grand Winery, I think it's much harder to pull off against Delhi. But the idea to play Hippodrome and then play into archers which have enough penetration to ignore almost all of Ghazi's armor, is a crafty bloody play. This Civ, I think the best way I've heard it described right now by pros is it has some insanely powerful matchups and impossible matchups. Compared to almost any other Civ in AoE4 right now, I think Macedonians are the most polarizing Civ, and it's why you aren't seeing many players do what Wham done here and risk its pick. Because if you guess wrong on what your opponent's going to do, you've essentially thrown a game. Damn. That was cool. What do we call that one? Didn't have 0 picks. That's what I mean. People just don't pick it because, like, if you get a good matchup, like you just saw there, it can just brutalize a game. But, you know, if you get the matchup read wrong or you get your unit transition wrong, right? It's not just the Civ matchup. It's also like if you go in the wrong direction because this Civ doesn't transition well. Because of the silver requirement, it's got a lot more scaling potential, but it also locks you in harder than any other Civ's choices lock them in. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a polarizing Civ for those type of reasons. Let me check. Have they failed to make the game viewable? Or have I got a bugged client again? I got a bugged client. All right, we're going King of the Hill, IU versus Roos. You know, I'm starting to think these actually might be the two best civs on average on King of the Hill. Game number 3 of our semifinals is Ibids versus Roos. Roos, the classic pick. But Ibids, with the idea around these Manjaniques, could quickly prove to be the new threat on the block. Let's hop into game number 3 of our semifinals, folks. I mean, it's an interesting statement to say. Like, I thought when the dust would settle, Byzantines would probably be alongside Roos best here because of the Mangonel placements. But the Mangonels with wheels of Ibids is pretty bloody ridiculous if you can find the timing. And considering the focus of a lot of civs picked on this map, Ibids fast castle into Relic into Siege Rush is a very viable build. The biggest problem I see is that Roos have been proving more and more effective with these timings around Wooden Fortress spam into spring replacements. Most civs have fallen victim to it. But I think that's where that Manjanique detail can be a game changer for Ibids. Yeah, it kind of stops that idea. If you guys remember, when we see King of the Hill, you'll see like Roos build double palace, double keep here, or double outpost here, rather double outpost here. But with Manjanique spread fire, you just hit 2 for the price of 1. Let's see if Wham does play it the expected way though, which would be what? Probably Industry into Dervish, or you can do Dervish into Industry. Unlikely I'd expect us to see Military Wing. Oh, what's up, Macabre? I appreciate the Prime sub. Sorry, buddy. We're in the middle of switching things over. I need to... So, like, here's the thing. On the Variety stream days, I've got notifications set up in a way that they ping on my primary, so I hear the notifications. But when we're casting games, we have it muted in-game because we just assume it is better that way. I don't know. Maybe I'll revert. The stream tag games played badly doesn't work in this case. I can't be asked to change those stream tags every single day. Because like we're gonna have to change them every single day at that rate. Because remember, Tuesdays and Fridays is when we're gonna start doing game challenges. For those that don't know what that is, literally on Friday we played Sonic with our voice only. Things like that. Or you know, like, is it possible to beat the entirety of Skyrim with just a wooden sword? Okay, not the entirety of Skyrim. I reckon we can make that into something fun with mods. Is it possible to survive a vampire apocalypse with only a wooden sword? That could be kind of comical. Your Prime sub's a KP sub? You're a smart man. That is the most optimal usage of a sub in AoE 4. And Age of Empires 4 gamers are all about optimization, so... You're a conk-free waiting to happen. Wham? Not going to be waiting too long to see this happen. Logistics Wing is going to be the lock-in. Okay. I thought he might go industry just for the quicker timing, but I think instead we're probably going to be looking at Loggy into industry afterwards. Sorry, not industry. Growth for feudal, but like if you hold it, you can go industry for castle. Because the wood gained alongside all the stone goes a long way on the openings. This allows you to start pumping into mass stables, allows you to do things like going straight away for like an outpost drop. Also means you'd be halfway towards a keep drop if you want to go that crazy. Most people won't. Most people go for just multiple outposts and fortify, which also works pretty well. Golden Gate coming through. I'm assuming we're going to be getting a pro scout play here out of Lucifron. I mean, it just feels like the way you have to play it, I think, for Roos. You know, you've got a decent amount of sheep, 16. You could technically creep out on the flanks, but considering it's Ibids, you're probably expecting camel lancers in the castle age. And that means you're either going to have to wall a crap load or just play pro scout to be safe. He does actually kick off by going wheelbarrow. So maybe not pro scouts? Has to be, surely. No, it's going to be... Okay, no, it's stables. Okay. I am now intrigued. You've piqued my attention, sir. So it's not just going to be a greedy naked fast castle. No one gambled? Really? Cowards. We've had 50-50 split so far, but it seems everyone's stroking their chin about this one. And maybe some people wipe and sweat from their brow like, okay, this is a very different build than I was expecting out of Roos. I mean, we've been seeing a rise in popularity over night play again in Feudal for Roos. But at the complete sacrifice of Pro Scouts, maybe a little bit unorthodox. He did also cancel Wheelbarrow, no? I could have sworn he queued this up before. Still, one of the problems with this type of build for Lucifron, Knights don't do anything here against the Dervish play. Dervish play makes a mockery of them. We've seen it even for French players. It's very difficult to stop fast castle Ibids because the Dervish can just body block the charge in and then heal everyone. You guys have got loads of points to redeem? Yeah, I gotta find some new things to add in for you guys to use points on. I actually want to try this. I need to try and script a bot that will basically like do things like TTSs on stream when certain commands are like triggered, things like that. I'll have to look into it. I think there's some cool things we could probably do. Just need to figure out what. So we have got an arrival on the gold, and you see exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I didn't even bother looking over here because it just doesn't matter. Until you get like 3 knights, it's worthless. Because the Dervish just do such a good job healing through it. A little bit ambitious there, though. Only 1 worker on the outpost is a bit brave. Wham, now in a panic, rushes across onto the stone. Second knight's arriving, though. He might get a bit split here. 1 Dervish should be able to save their bacon, but he needs to be fast. Uh-oh. Villager will pull back towards the TC. Yeah, so he's got enough. He has wheelbarrow. Just needs to get the drop off. Now rush up the outpost. Oh, loses a worker, though. Won't lose a second. So outpost up now. That should blunt the night plan. And it is military wing reinforcement locked in. Okay, so he doesn't go industry. All right, I am very surprised. Wham is playing a different style here. Possibly a reaction to the night play from Roos. Because if you just get military wing reinforcement, you push this away. If you go industry wing, you still have nothing to defend against an increasing count of knights that could also be getting undermesh. And yeah, it's coming. This is a crafty switch. I don't think this was Wham's original plan, but a reaction to what he's now seeing, and a good one at that. Props to him. Smart idea, right idea. I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good about Wham's odds here, because Lucifron isn't adding in archers. His macro is eventually going to drag him towards a castle timing zone, and we do have to remember that's always a big boon with the high trade house. Oh, with a spawn like that. Oh, mwah, mamma mia. The piece of the pizza, you slotted in perfectly there. Even a wall now come from Wham as he rushes out for the word. I mean, with tech up coming in, you're going to need access to wood. If this is a mass desert ready strat, he literally needs wood to build the units alongside to build the archer range stables. Are horse archers buffed against desert raiders specifically? I think they are slightly, actually. Base damage lower, but attack speed faster, which means damage mitigation. I don't know, actually. That's kind of a weird one to think about. I'd say they're indifferent with the change against desert raiders specifically. In theory, they should be slightly buffed because damage debuffs are less effective against units that trade damage for attack speed, if that makes sense. Because you don't have any ranged armor. And that's meant to be the area where horse archers are a little bit better now. Look at that smart man. Getting all the links. Yes, go. Click on PCS. Check out PC Specialists. Perfect thing to buy for Christmas. Yourself, a PC worth a few grand. And I'll save you 40 quid on it. Need you all to go buy PCs so that come end of December, my contact's like, yo, we want to work with you through all of 2026. Your community's crazy. Look at what they bought. They bought a PC in a PC. They heard that they like PCs, so they bought themselves a PC that goes in the PC on the PC. Damn. Okay, so night spam is growing, but this doesn't work now, Luciferon. We need to get out of the age. Ram too expensive? No, Rams are getting too expensive. They're not as cheap as they are in Age of Empires 4. But to be honest, if you need some Ram, you should probably buy it now because they're not going to get cheaper. Like, it's gotten so bad with the price of Rams, we literally just saw Crucial leave the consumer market. Which makes sense why my Crucial contact hadn't responded to me anymore. So Wham has got Camel Lancers now added in as well. He's about ready to start breaking out. He's got, what, second Desert Raiders? Yeah, in 8 seconds. Veteran CT just kick in for them as well. Does go in for the clash. Now remember, he's got the healing, but needs to be careful not to get surrounded here. Luciferon tries to creep around the back. He does get the body blows, gets the Dervish as well. That's huge! He gets the heal. Luciferon catches Wham idling in the fight. Just a microsecond too long. And punishes him for it. That's crucial. Remember, Wham hasn't snuck out for relics at all. He was just using them to win the big fight. Luciferon now with a bit of breathing room can play towards the high trade house. He starts to build it up perfectly in the corner. Get your numbers in. The person with the closest number will get the ability to use the points they already have to time out 5 different people. Damn, what a deal. What a steal. He has got the Dervish again, but oh god, the health bars. What? That's a monstrosity. Luciferon. It's like, oh sure, I'll take this fight as well. How's it going? Not so well for you. Clubs him down for a second time. Luciferon even micros away the injured knights, just recharge in. Goes straight for the healing. Removes that as well. Merrily makes his way out. Dude, he's fighting against a Castle Age army and getting better trades every time. That's ridiculous. Veteran Steven Knight's going to be kicking him momentarily. The other problem here, the Camel Lancers are too close to get a charge at that distance. Yeah, he pulls them away now. That's a smart read. Wham! He's targeting the injured knights. That's a sick piece of micro from the Canadian. Will allow him to collide and get 2 knight kills that he otherwise wouldn't. Now the relic race is on. Remember, Wham lost his whole advantage on timing to play relics because he used them for healing. So there's an opportunity here for Luciferon to potentially get the majority of relics. High Trade House 224. All of you guessed and all of you are wrong. And now we will proceed to ban every single person who is now. You got 225. Man, Pearl Harbor, you were so close. You were so close. Mods, if you wouldn't mind timing Pearl Harbor out for 10 minutes, thank you. That's what happens when you get that close. Wow. Has found some hits on the side, actually. But nothing that lead to eco kills. Like, right now, Luciferon's the only one who's achieved that. I'm sorry, what was the scam? I can't... Oh, I can't see that message anymore. It's gone. At least... No. Here's the mistake, guys. When you're that close, like, you have to be punished. Because at that point, how did you not get the answer right? Like, you were that close. You were that on point. You should have known at that point. This is the risk you run. He had an opportunity to time out 5 people. But because he was wrong, and was the closest to being wrong, he must run the pain. I think that's pretty fair. And we're nothing if not a fake democracy. I.e., when I just don't disagree with you guys, I'm just going to override you. Crossbow's now coming through. Luciferon with the switch, which, you know, surprised it came in this slow, actually. He prioritized the relics first, didn't he? Sacred Sight is now locked in for Wham. He's buying into base. Luciferon, oh my, that's a lot of stables that just aren't useful now. Another dive through. Camel Lancers. They look for an easy connect here. They go straight after the crossbowman to get rid of the real threat. A few of them going to clap onto the villages. That's already evened up the worker exchange. In fact, now Wham with the lead and the crossbow count being kept down. He doesn't have a front line to protect them yet. Well, on north side, as relics are going to be secured. The weave pull away. Luciferon is going to fall for that. But Wham with this dive, forcing a lot of idle and getting a hell of a lot of kills. Ay. The problem here for Luciferon as well requires a lot more focus on the micro. Remember, he's got crossbowmen coming, but half of this is not armored. Half of this is light. It's the Desert Raiders, so if you accidentally click them instead, you're just not getting great exchanges. And the Dervish healing afterwards is going to be that Chef Kiss. Notice how Wham has prioritized that through and through. Despite the fact Relic should be a key objective, he constantly just looks to get the healing onto his cav. This front now needs to answer back. It's a healthy 4-worker lead for Wham. Cam Lancer is feeling overly ambitious today. Hello? Desert Raiders will scare the Knights out. The Sacred Sight on guard. 8.5 minutes to go. No strong defenses yet. Wham, he does see the forward monastery. Maybe he feels like he's neglecting that detail now. Wouldn't be surprised to see him adding in a second, maybe even third Dervish. I mean, he's got the gold for it. A bit of a weird rotation, actually, from his army. Is he just looking to guard the boars? Yeah, I assume this is going to be a boar lane. It's kind of a crazy game that we're watching here. Like, you're seeing the problem of Luciferon's build. Like, it looked really good, but now, when he starts falling back and can't pressure anymore, the problem you've now got is you're having to play pocket economy. You're the one having to take risk moving resource to resource. Great reaction there, by the way. Camel Lancer got sniped. He instantly, without hesitation, runs out. Problem is, Wham, with this many troops, he could actually burn down a wooden fortress. Yeah, we're not really in a position where Luciferon can afford losses like that. Even 5 worker losses is a hell of a lot here. Stone now being gathered by Wham. Okay, so this is it. This is like the convergence point, right? Where you're starting to think about outposts and emplacements. Good time to think about it also. Considering Luciferon's gone mass crossbows, he's actually critically weak to static defenses. Knights are going to look for the cheeky charge across, but Textiles is making that difficult. Cam Lancers are going to intercept the Warrior Monk moves. That's going to be a no-no to the second relic. And wait, the villagers? Oh no, he sees that too? What? Luciferon, he attempted to get an easy relic grab. It's going to end up costing him workers. -2 there. He's going to be lucky it won't be -3. So I think right now maybe Wham's a bit distracted to target fire that down. Yeah, there's a fight in the middle. Dive underneath the outpost. The workers, though, he did lose most of them. Luciferon strikes back and hold on. This is huge. He's going to get the decap. Okay, and most importantly, he's going to intercept this before the emplacements come through. The Spirit emplacement's going to be way too late. At this point, Wham should probably cancel it. Doesn't realize it, though. He's busy diving. Okay, this is such a scrappy game. What? Wham entering the base, fishing for kills. Crossbows and spears. Waiting to receive, but the spearmen are on a coffee break. They will wake up finally. Maybe a little bit too late. But target fire here. If you just go straight for the Desert Raiders, it's a quick cleanup. Yeah, in fact, most of these are DRs, so they just melt. This wasn't worth it. Wow, I'm losing a huge chunk of his army for little in return. And Lucifron now posturing on the edge of the Ibid base. Damn, okay, I think Lucy may have this, guys. Because Wham just ran out of food. And Lucifron's already more farms deep. Like, this is really bad now. And remember, he's majority left with Camel Lancers against a full comp that counters that. Now, Manjaniques is a clutch-up attempt here. We talked about Manjaniques being the S-tier unit for Ibid and Castle. But it's an S-tier with an asterisk next to it. You need to have enough to protect it, or it's F-tier. Feels very easy to lose them. And also, you need enough of them for it to be substantial in the DPS. But as the armies build bigger, it does actually give you more opportunity. You know, if Luceron keeps bulking infantry, it actually makes Manjaniques better, not worse. The tip of the axe that the Roost hammers are holding has a spear. There you go. That's what it is. Like, you turned up a big spear, and he's just wielding this very easy to handle little dagger. He's smarter than you. You just gotta accept it. Not such a smart fight for the Knights, though. They get clapped down. Men at Arms now queued up by Lucifron. And he is going for the multi-wooden fortress defense. Okay, wait a second, though. We talked about this and how it actually enables Manjanique spam more. Like, everything Lucifron has now started to do in the last 2 minutes is making Siege better and better. He's kind of progressively giving Wham a way of winning the game. I think the only major risk Wham has to be worried about here is he doesn't have anything that stands its ground well against this comp. Like, for example, if he builds Spearman, it's pretty nice against this because it's something that just doesn't melt straight away. Camels might struggle to stand their ground. Let's find out. He's on normal rocks right now. Gets some good wallops, though. Fourth relic now coming home from Lucifron. Wham has finally decided to pick up a singular relic after all this time. I'm trying to wrap my head around being logistics wing feudal and then getting one relic at 21 minutes. It's pretty brutal. Okay, Desert Raiders with a weird rally point. No, those spears are not carrying axes. They're carrying axes with little pointy knives on top of them. And it's fire time. Woohoo! Burn it all down, baby! Cinema. The scariest looking siege weapon in the game. Until you see the damage it does. But when it scales, it does a lot. When you get 5, 6, 7 of these going, Warlow now going to be coming through. That protects the siege. Turns around for another shot. The crossbows on the south side. No dodge available. Warlow does proc. Reload comes through. Crossbows, they're basically dead. Wham! Has he done it? I think he has. That is brutal. Lucifron, after it looked like he clawed his way back into the game, taken control, he may have just given a gift horse across to Wham. Gift camel, if you will. Still 10 camel lancers left alive. Barely any crossbowmen. Outpost spam coming up. Does need to finish off that Sprunon placement. Should be a good time for it. Big problem, of course, is going to be food long term. Like, remassing camel lance is not going to be easy here. If he can keep the push going, if he can stop Lucifron from rebulking, then it should be game. And look at this chase. I love this. The fact he's just keeping the Dervish on the front line. Remember, it's increased healing by 50% when you're carrying this bad boy. It just rejuvenates you so much quicker. And that forces it. The GG comes through. The Manjaniques will prove too powerful. We talk about Kings of the Hill. But really, when we get down to it, it's Siege of the Hill. And it is proven quickly that the Iabid's Manjaniques are the true king of the Castle Age. Damn. What's up, Doc? How we cooking? 2-1. Wham! Now in the lead with a sick Iber game. Trying to think like if that one's about the siege, probably. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I'll think about that one a bit. So up next, let's see what the boys are going to take us. Never doubt Wham. I feel like that's something someone says when they doubt someone. What? We're getting Malians against Tuklak and Frisian. What is Wham cooking? That's a bit of an unusual pick, isn't it? More than just a bit, I'd say. Oof. Let's get ready to hop in. Dude, I'm getting like this. It's like a hair from somewhere that's annoying the crap out of me. What? Where is that hair? I can't even grab it, but I can feel it. The duck. Has anyone pulled out the buff Droman? Nah, we need to bring that map from a few weeks back. You know, you remember the one, guys? And then it will finally happen. Oh dear, oh dear. One sec. Let me just keep an eye on some stuff in the background so I keep getting pinged. I think like from the lowest win rate at Diamond and above at 43%. Yeah, I don't know. The Tuklak changes hit them pretty hard. And also, you have to remember on the ladder, like, a lot of people still playing on the land maps where I think they're quite weak. All right, back up against the wall is back into the Swamplands where the Tuklak dynasty has been picked by Lucifron. But this pick has not been serving him well. Recently, he has lost substantially more games than he's won with this pick on this map. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 4, and Wham is on match point, but he does something a little bit unorthodox. A pick that we honestly have not been seeing as much on the Swamplands. Marlene's coming out for the Canadian to try and deal with those elephant boys. Come on. And it's going to be a Rax opening. Of course, up against Marlene's makes a lot of sense, but Wham's going to be padding himself here, right? Ooh, no. He starts to build into it. He needs to scout the Rax quickly. There you go. He sees it now. He can cancel the extra house, and we'll do so. So yeah, go straight across the chopping wood, guys. This is now going to be an outpost defense. Well played by Wham. Good instinct there to just check on what your opponent's doing. Remember, Tuklak are a decent Dark Age rushing civ on this type of map. So gets the eyeballs on. Should be able to build up the outpost in time. Wait, someone bet 150,000 bird feed points on elephant. You think this thing is going to save you? Look at it. Stupid is. Versus this thing. Okay, they both look kind of goofy, I'm not going to lie. Outpost coming up, though. And look at the range. Like, you can't actually dive this with the spears. You can try to burn it with them, but right now he only has one spearman. He hasn't even moved across. I think the burn play would be maybe too late here. If he ape clicks straight into it, he might get it low. The problem is, at this distance, villagers could be pulled, right? Wham could just rush free out. It would be a big win to force him to do that. But doesn't even look like Lucifron's going to get that dub. Oh, maybe spoke too soon. Okay, there you go. Second worker comes out. I like this. It's kind of clean. You move a second one out with the mill. You got double sheep there anyway. The irony of Lucifron attempting this against one of the people that originated this strat, or whatever his brother did, right? Puppy Paw came up with this strategy for Malians. He should know it better than others, and Wait. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. Luciferon, maybe this should have happened a bit earlier, goes for a wall to block the houses. Oh, that's fantastic. I wish he'd done this earlier, though. If Luciferon had done this straight away and just blocked out all these house locations and walked away, it would have been a huge nuisance for WAM to deal with, even down the line. We do have a dock now planned by Luciferon. Very delayed on his move out, though. He was macroing quite a lot of wood. Kind of unnecessarily so. Almost looked like Luciferon wasn't clear on what he was going to do and was kind of pivoting in the moment. That would explain why he was holding too much wood. Didn't B do that with Delhi when Malian's released? Yep. We also had... there was a game, very memorable game, where I think it was the start of 2025, where Beastie done that to someone in a Malian matchup with Delhi on Dry Arabia. And he just basically burnt all the houses and walled around the entire pit mine. It was the most comical and memorable example I've ever seen of it, because he then even added in gates and would run back in to hide there when he got chased. So fishing now getting added in, but WAM's already on the way to feudal. This is pretty painful. Whoa, what do you mean Englishman currency is worthless? You know people can use that currency to time you out. When you say things like this, it kind of forces me to remind people that they can do this with this currency. No malice in it. It's just a fair point to make. You can time out people as well. I mean, you just bet 75% of your bird feed. If you lose this bet, you won't win that timeout war anymore. They actually got the burn through on that pretty quick. You see what I mean, though? Like, if this had been fully built, that would have taken a lot longer. But because it's scaffolding, it takes more damage. Second pit mine coming up. No hesitation there. Luciferon's not even seen what's happening. His scout is pretty far away, so he'd be late to discover the pit mine build. And that's quite annoying, because like if you can idle this, it slows down the gold income. Instead, your opponent's going to get it, and if you try to burn it now, it should be an easy archer opening. Any mother duck could just go straight for more houses. But yes, distract him here for longer. Oof, a little bit awkward there. Luciferon even loses one of the spears. And it's going to be just double. Petition and timeout mods? Hell no. Do you know how painful that is? You then have to go and remod them every time. I'd have to make that like ludicrously expensive, like 50,000 points at least. At bare minimum. Even then, oh god. You second it? You guys are just gonna make this so annoying to remember to mod them each time. Like, you know they have points too, right? And they'll just start redeeming them. Like, the problem with choosing this war, it's like trying to get into a money spending war with a millionaire. Because to time you out would be substantially less expensive. Like, there you go, like that. Like, it's 9,000 points. If I make it cost you 50,000 points to time out a mod, they can just come back and then, like, time you out. You're actually just torturing me at that point, because I have to keep remodding them. Dome of Faith now on the way. Outpost coming up. So Luciferon, like... Is he just going to try to... Is there a fast castle strat here? I don't think it's a Tuklakabad fort strat, because then why wouldn't you drop the outpost closer to the stone? I actually think Tuklakabad forts are pretty decent now with the changes. Especially with the nerfs elsewhere. Like, I actually think forts is going to become a more viable part of the Tuklak strats. Always good to see my mods abusing their power. That's what we look for. It's like training your own little Anakins, you know? Only I won't stand near any balcony, so I can't be picked up and thrown over them. You just gotta be smart about these things. Imagine being Sidious like, many things cannot kill me. But heights is a problem. I know, I'm going to build my throne room with giant holes in them. This will never backfire. It's like there was an attempt for 4 docks total. It's just going to be shrunk down to 3. Nice raid there. Molly and Ram able to find 1 with the Warrior Scout. That's the second worker kill in this game already, actually. That's kind of crazy. He goes onto the tree line also. Shiv's out reactions to this is really inefficient. Remember, Warrior Scouts have superior healing abilities. Yeah, they're like this crazy shamanistic voodoo witch doctor that happens to snuff more cocaine than the stock market trader on Wall Street. So not only is he capable of healing already, but he's always supercharged and ready to fight you back. You know, like you try to walk up to him and take his little like satchel handbag from him, and he just swings out at you. Don't mess with those people; they're crazy. I'm just going castle. He's already so many cow deep, actually. What? 12 cow already? God damn! All right, this guy is bringing out the briskets. You guys on about Scarecrow betraying me? Scarecrow can't betray me. I'm a freaking pigeon. He keeps the Scarecrows away. The only way he can betray me is if he lets the Scarecrows in. Let the crow in. Not the Scarecrows. Lets the crows in. But that would be like... That would be going against his being. It's like being of, you know, like Muslim faith and eating pig. You're going against like a core belief of yourself. So at that point, like, you know, that's like Dark Side Revolution, like the bacon has compelled you. I don't think he's going to go that far. I think I'm safe. There's never been an overconfident dictator in the history of the world where the true belief that they're safe is backfired. I'm fine. Only crow that keeps getting through his corvinus? Yeah, but that's because he was a giant hot dog before, remember? He's just a big sausage. Okay, I really don't know what Lucifer's plan is here. He's building a few troops, but he can't even get in the base quick enough. Like, I don't know. This looks pretty good. Because your opponent already has Donzo, so you can't dive at the Raider Elephants. You guys don't want to talk about someone's sausage? Look, I may have mentioned it, but you emphasized it, okay? That's like walking into a bar and me going, wow, that guy's wearing tight pants. And then you go, yeah, look at the size of his dong. And I'm like, why did you go there? I was just highlighting the tight pants. You can tell that through several different metrics. You made it about the dong. You know, like there's loads of different things we can talk about the Tuklak here. Like archers, how good the gathering is, the Raider Elephants. But then I just go, oh, but heel elephants. Look at the heel elephants. And then that's all you guys see. And also all you guys hear. Good God, those things are deafening. You would have thought with that patch change, they would have lowered the elephant's noise a few decibels, maybe? Just maybe? Nope. Raider elephants knocking at the door. Wham has not chosen to start adding in Sofa, really. He just has the one. So he's focusing on Donzo plus Jabs. I mean, technically, doesn't Jabs manage to beat most of this? Every update, elephants 1 decibel louder. Dude, that's like a new strategy mode, right? That's how you train people to play games faster. Every minute that passes Age of Empires 4, your volume goes up by 1%. Okay, actually, like, Lucifer's doing pretty well with this. Wham needs to have enough Donzos to hold. Like, the problem here is archers at this count will snipe them down 1 by 1. Gotta be very careful. In fairness, Donzos are decent at killing Heel Elephant once you reach mass as well, though. So it's like a back and forth affair. You see that right there? He does 16 damage to a Heel Elephant. So guys, you only need like 25 Donzos to insta-kill a Heel Elephant. Whoa! Actually, I think it's closer to 30 because of the ranged armor. Let's say like 28. So it's past the halfway mark. And Wham has literally only got... Oh god, he hasn't... No, he's still in stone. He hasn't even got gold at all. Oh, lordy. Tries to walk back now. Raider elephants. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. Wham. Spreads the Donzos out. He's in melee up against the Raider elephants now. A lot of DPS being spread onto the Spearman instead, though. Heal elephants now fording. Donzo count down to just 11. Wait, okay, no, that's actually disgusting. He sacked getting gold to get stoned so he can get sprinkled emplacements on the Fulani. Wham is on some gigabrain levels of strats here. That's a sick idea. What? I was not expecting that. That's wacky. What a freaking Chad. Just attempt to get the pit mine up again is going to be blocked. Does also need to add in more houses. Guys, we are pop locked. We are officially pop locked. Panic, please, someone build houses quick. Houses? House. Wham hasn't realized. He hasn't realized. People are sleeping on the streets. They are peeing on the streets. They are eating on the streets. They are... What else do they do on the streets? Getting high on the streets. These are all problems, Wham. Okay, there we go. He gets a house back up. We need a lot more houses. Come on, play it like you're playing Sea Skyline. Just drag a giant box the size of Earth itself. Jesus, can I just not hear these elephants, please? They're so freaking loud. Why are they so loud? Should I just open my volume tab and just increase it to 100%? Compound defender on the way. What's that? Where am I at? Where am I at? Volume mixer. Are we at 100%? Oh, we're already at 100%. Damn it. Oh, here you go, guys. Ready? All right, I'm turning that down. That's horrible. Oh my god. Well, tech out complete and veterancy in straight away. Remember, you get them in 5 seconds. On both. Raider elephants may be over ambitious. Donzo count is still very high. Wham. Trying to just break out of his own base here. Lucifron's going to keep the push going with a handful of elephants in trample mode. The Raider elephants. They get pinned on the spot though. Donzos. Push them back for the moment. Second wave's coming in. Javelins. Not the highest count, but high enough to snipe those archers one by one. This is relentless. Raider elephants will somehow survive through that. Man, these units, 285 HP. Like, freaking absolute beasts. The true kings of the jungle. I don't think this type of plan is even remotely possible on a land map. Like, this is all fishing, by the way. Like, Tuklak with fishing like this is why he's competing. If it wasn't for that, this is just a GG from Fulani. Well played by Lucifron, man. Just leveraging that advantage. The great effect. Now has Knights on the way. Bit of an interesting choice considering Donzo's has already been produced in mass. I thought maybe he'd go Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms feels like a pretty solid solution, actually, for Tuklak here. I guess he doesn't want to encourage Sofa plus Musafadi? It was compound defenders, right? So we might actually see castle soon. The forts are key here to keeping the scaling going. And Tuklak's fishing bonus comes from the elephant economics, but he hasn't been upgrading that at all. They do also have this unique ability called Tuklakabad for Overwatch, but we never really see it. We definitely wouldn't see it on this map. It helps out your damage on water. It doesn't help defend water necessarily. I'm sorry, what, guys? I can't. Did someone ask if we can make them louder again? I can do that. Do you guys want them to be louder? Maybe we just make them higher pitch as well. I could probably even add a filter on. You want them louder? Oh, so, Let me just add a gain here. Okay, is that loud enough? I can make them louder. Okay, you guys want going louder? All right, there you go, guys. Is that good enough? Oh, this is going to be such an unuploadable game. I hate you all. I can add a few more decibels in, but I'm pretty. Guys, stop. Oh my god. I'm ending this right now. I'm turning that off. That's cursed. Alright, Clash coming in. Guys, it's fine. You can't hear them anymore. They're dying. So for raiding to the base. Wait, while we were modifying volume, there's been some raids going on. How bad was that on your audio, by the way? I can't see. I've done that on the second piece. I couldn't hear that. So you guys, I didn't have to deal with that. That was all you. Oh my god, this might be all Lucifer though. I don't know actually. Like the fishing count got cut in half because he ran out of fish in his ponds, and it's now Fulani forever versus limited fish. Put the mic in my mouth already. All right. Now, I need to find a better way of, like, splitting those systems, actually, now that I think about it. It's because the only other way to have done that is if we'd opened the sound menu in-game and increased the volume. But that was, like, that would have taken you guys out of the immersive moment. How bad was the mic? Wasn't that bad? Alright, I think the elephants may have done what they needed to here, guys. This is a lot of lances. I was way out loud in 60. Oh, my bad. Oh, so what you're saying is I just needed to make noise myself. And then it really would have immersed you fully. No, shut up, you. Your time is gone. There's only 2 of you left. Man, isn't it nicer when they don't build raider elephants? Isn't the game so much nicer that way? You can hear things. Your streamer doesn't have a static mic. Surprised they didn't add war elephants. He's against mass donzos. It would be a bit weird. Not unreasonable though. Like considering your opponent doesn't have crossbowmen, it's actually not a bad idea to do war elephants. It's just Lucifron has always been a raider at heart. So he's typically the type of player that would just go knights instead. So I don't mind the idea, the recommendation. Like, it makes a lot of sense here, actually. It's just not really a Lucifron play. I can do it too. It's not impressive. They're very loud for just 2 elephants, actually. 20 knights now, Jesus. Imagine there were 22. I've been there, I don't want to. Also, what's wrong with you? To imagine if there was 22, you'd have to imagine elephants mating until there's 22 of them, okay? Like, I don't want to judge here, but we're not the Discovery Channel, okay? This isn't like a documentary. I'm British, but I'm not David Attenborough. Was it Richard Attenborough? I always get those 2 confused. Which one is it? One's an actor and one's a documentary person. Clash coming in. The elephants are still alive! The Lancers continue the charge. Can he break him here? New wave of Sofa starting to come in, but the front line is thin. There's not many Donzos to fight with. Wham! I don't know if he can keep up with this. There's only 5 Lancers left, though. However, at this point, the healing becomes more focus-fired, and we have got 2 Clackabad forts now on the way to secure the sites, able to start pushing this back. Lucifer now with the military lead. But it comes at a price. The elephants have gone extinct. These elephants cannot mate. They are celibate elephants. They are monk elephants. They gave up that life. They're nun elephants. Elephant kind begins to come to an end. They will breed no longer. Long live the pony dynasty. More horses, more horsepower. Tughlakabad fort about to complete. And the Sacred Site timer now down to just 5.5 minutes. But Lucifron has paid a high price. We need to start eating these elephants, cannibalizing our own people, because with only 525 food income a minute, we can simply not afford people anymore. Or elephants. Elephants eat substantially more than people, believe it or not. What does he go for in the fort? He's upgrading straight away before even getting governorships. Which is weird, because governorships are instant. So this is probably going to be Ashma. I think you just get the Emir warriors here. And then on the secondary one, you could probably just go for, like, what, the gold gen? You've got 4 relics and sacred sites. We'll feed people to elephants. This does make sense. Statistically, India has a lot of people. So if we feed them to the elephants can survive. Now, that sounds really dark, but once again, there's a lot of people in India. So they're not going to... That's a supply that is not going to run out. This is why I always find those vampire movies weird, like Blade. Blade always focused on, like, oh, yeah, look at the blood bank in New York. What about India? You'd think the elephants would live where there's more people to eat. The vampires, rather, would live where there's more people to eat. It does make sense. Elephants eat 150 kilograms a day. Whoa. So what you're saying is, if we feed your mum to an elephant, then that elephant will be satiated for 4 days. Okay, that was... No, I don't think Jesus weighed 150 kilograms. That if an elephant ate Jesus, especially depending on, like, you know, how much he sanguinated, that would maybe satiate an elephant for, like, breakfast maximum. And now we get the masked men-at-arms. Vampires can't survive in India because it's too hot. I thought you were going to go with because they use a lot of garlic in their foods. That would... Like, you missed the trick there. Wham. Oh, my God. This is a lot of spears. Is it going to be enough? Definitely. Against, like, 4 knights. Come on. The mango, though. Starting to push him away a little. And we have got the fort fire coming through. Outpost creep from Wham now. How does the most unhinged elephant game we've ever cast end? Will the elephants satiate their hunger by eating all the Indians? Or will all the Indians simply fall victim to the Africans? I think in this war, it looks like Africa is Wakandering forever. This looks like a big dub. He finds the villagers gathering out towards the deer. Lucifron needs this food. He can't be without it at this stage. Down to 16 military. He's done it. He locks it in. Marlin, King of the Swamps. A 3-1 victory. The elephants in full disarray must now embark upon a journey of imprisonment to Atlantis, where they will drown in the ocean, for they have already drowned on the land against the mass African strats. All right, that got really weird. No, I'm just going to call that one the most unhinged elephant cast ever. Probably, I don't know. Is that the most, like, unhinged elephant cast? Wait, we didn't even get to see Sengoku. No. Cursed. All right, that means we have got a grand final showdown, ladies and gentlemen, between Wham and Vortex. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hubba, 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 hubba. All the above. Oh. In the most important thing happening on Thursday, there's literally nothing else happening that anyone should care about. You care about this. Vortex. His title could be more at threat than it's ever been before if Canada can just find a way to weaponize maple syrup. Judging by the average weight profile of people south of the border, they may have already done that. But I would argue they done that without the assistance of maple syrup. When? Now. It's now. The draft is underway. Yeah, it's not right now. That's what I mean. This is it. This is what you've been waiting for. You waited a whole 20 seconds to discover it. It's intense usage of your time. But it's happening. Uncalled for? Tell that to the elephants. They're the only people who can hear you now. The rest of us are all deaf. We literally cannot hear anything after the elephant wails. So now elephants will have to learn sign language to communicate things being said to us by people who still speak. So, like, you're going to have to get used to elephants on two moving their hoofs around to tell you things. It's an elaborate system. I don't know how we're really going to train him in it, to be honest with you. All right. We've got macadamia nuts. Why is Wham drafting literally every new civ? He's just picking literally all the new civs. Sengoku, Macedonians, Tuklak. I was like, screw this shit. Why is everyone avoiding the new civs? They're fun. Check this out. Where's the GH? We need the golden horde at the end to just complete the chef's kiss. Oh, man. What do you guys reckon? You reckon Wham's going to do it? Is Vortex finally going to taste the bitter taste of defeat? The unslayable, the unkillable king? Could this win then lead to him completely doubting anything he can do? Right? Like, he goes... imagine this, right? Wham wins this, and then Vortex loses EGT finals. You could then... Wham could say, my defeat of Vortex threw him off his game and led Marine Lord or Poppy Paw to victory. Wham could get the assist for his brother if he just throws Vortex off his game. All right, we have got a Golden Horde pick. He did not get all of the civs. He had an option to. He didn't take it, though. We do have an English pick, though. And we swear it's not a meme. BO7's now, by the way. Every map can get played, but the opening map is going to be Tundra. Which we don't have on the UI. Because I don't pay Cow anything, so he doesn't really tend to update things quickly. I don't know what he wants from me. Like, he gets bird feed when he watches. That's payment. Japanese is now autoban. Why is that sad? It just means that your civ is strong. So sad that my civ is winning everything. Oh, life is so hard. Shouldn't upsell timeout redemptions? Why not? Let them war at each other. And then they come back and they talk more and they go again. I don't know, I need to think of some other redemptions. What could we add as redemptions? Choose an emote to unlock sort of thing? Isn't that one of the defaults? Oh, isn't there like the power-up things? Oh, we could add in like the Gigantifier and emote thing, couldn't we? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let me see if I can find it. We already have that. That's way too cheap. Why are we making that only 1,000? You guys should have to pay 10,000. Message effect should also cost you 2,000. This is inflation. This is what inflation has done. You can't even afford to buy groceries anymore. On-screen celebration. I don't even know why that one's in there. That shouldn't even be in there. Does anyone even use that one? Does that even work? I don't even know if that one works. Like, does that one even work? I'm confused. Oh, crap. Wait, smart cost. What's this? Based on the size of your audience, it'll increase, decrease the rate. That's kind of cool. I might have to look into that later. Wait, why are you guys using... Guys, you keep using that one, I'm going to increase that one too. That's not how this works. Be reasonable. All right. Let's get the push-ups out of the way because we've got a game to get started soon. Oh, where are we at? Are they in game already? Nah, surely not. They are. Is this the finals? This is the finals. It's the final countdown. Yeah, come on, get it in there. That's in your head now. All right, how many push-ups have I got to do? I got to do 18 freaking push-ups. Why do you guys assume I'm capable of that? Ask Cam. I just realized I never got rid of that stupid widget. Bye. All right. Where's the camera even looking? Getting a bit dirty down here. Whew. I blame Freya. She dredges in all these things. All right. Microphone. Crotch mic. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah, dude. Oh. Ow. This is not helping. Crap. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right. Ow. So, I have a hole in my right sock. Oh, so I do. Why are you looking at my feet so much, Lum? So turns out my wrist is still kind of fudged. It actually hasn't fully healed. That's not good. I'm glad I didn't go for a climb yesterday. That would have killed me. I don't know if I should go see a doctor. Technically, it's hurting less over time. But this is the thing. I spent a lot of time in front of a PC for you guys. Flecking my wrist. Wait a second. No, that's what we're doing. And like, it kind of makes it worse, actually. You need to try more? No, I don't think that's what I need right now. We just said it hurts. Usually that doesn't mean go do more. You know? Like, when you stick a metal utensil into a plug and it hurts, it's usually a good idea not to do it again. Experience pain, stress in a part of your body? Yeah, don't like do more exercise in that area, you know? Oh. Reminder, by the way, guys, tomorrow, probably 2 p.m. I think we're aiming for 2 p.m. because I got my driving lesson. So 2:30, I think we'll aim to go live. We have got a new challenge coming. Because I'm an organized streamer, I clearly already know what that challenge is going to be. But I'm just not telling you what that challenge is going to be because I don't want to spoil it. But last week, we played Sonic with only our voice, and it killed me deeply because that stupid hedgehog doesn't listen. He's been listening to ASMRs of Tukalak elephants all day long, so like he doesn't hear you properly. And tomorrow's, we're going to aim to make even more painful. I just haven't decided how painful. Wider push-ups? Yeah, people tell me I want to do wider. I'm doing it wrong. Oh, all right, you guys ready? This is actually kind of a wacky matchup to see on this map. They've been nerfed. They suck. No one wants to touch them anymore. Golden Horde is in the trash can. All right, it's time to get your notepads out because we're watching the unkillable go of AoE 4 at the end of 2025. It's Vortex on Golden Horde. If anybody can make this Civ work, it has to be the Spanish Go. And what's in his way? English. You're all screwed. Everyone knows Brexit was a fluke. You can't mess with us. We're an unstoppable force of nature. Whoop, whoop. Yep, that's right, guys. Commonwealth Civ picking the OG of its existence. English on Tundra. No doubt we're looking at a 2TC strat here. I wonder, could you wouldn't longbow all in, right? You'd never longbow all in Golden Horde. That's kind of crazy. Because they would just get a few of the Tortugud out and kill you. If any Civ can make Vortex lose, is the Golden Horde. I feel like if any Civ can make Vortex lose, the Abbasids is a fairer one there, no? That one sounds more believable to me than this one. I think English like aren't too bad on a map like this as well. Question mark's going to be whether you can aggro them hard enough. Like, if they go 2 TC, if you just go Tortugud, in theory, you should be able to dive. Aber at least has matchups. I mean, Golden Horde do as well. They just, like, it just requires that your opponent doesn't do anything for 20 minutes, and then you're still a Civ. Kappa. Oh. God damn, you guys on those push-ups. Alright, so reminder on this map, on Tundra, the majority of sheep spawn in your corner. So you don't really have to go far out on the map to find them all. And it looks like Vortex and Wham pretty much got all their sheep. Actually, did Vortex? Oh, and Vortex. No! What? No! I don't know what those noises were. Alright, he screwed the pooch. That's -4 sheep, +4 for your opponent. Wham, who has some experiences on not getting sheep, now gets the middle finger his opponent. He even sees the 4th one. Things you can say in your in a KPMM finals but not in your bedroom. I mean, screw the pooch is definitely in there, especially if like you don't actually have a dog yourself. Abbey King's expected. Second TC strat is gonna be a go. I don't feel like I've seen Golden Horde play against 2 TC much. What game is this? The greatest RTS you've probably heard of and then forgot about because it was underwhelming at first, but actually is now good. Age of Empires 4. Well, they added gyms and you can train your infantry to be swole and get boosted in their damage. They literally have that in the Crucible. There's like a university thing that you garrison your people in and then you get them back later better. But everyone just doesn't use it. It's like, oh man, it's a one-off. I want to have more things. And then you never have enough. It's the problem with you all. You're all secretly greedy. And then instead of like being like, oh yeah, I could just put like this many troops in. You're like, you go up to 140 eco. You go, oh, now I don't have enough military to justify using it. We've all been there. We've all been that person. Khan and Tortugud coming in. How is it? So here's the thing. I gotta grind my gears a bit here. How is it that you nerf the good things about Golden Horde, but this trash choice hasn't been changed? Building carts and Khan Torguds is still one of the most one-sided, lopsided like choices you make in AoE4, I feel like. Everyone becomes Stalin in the Crucible. That should be a thing. Like, you know, we should have a game that when you play it, like when you buy the limited edition of it, it comes with a Commissar hat. That's what Dawn of War 4 needs to give you. All right, so Wham, he has squished the deer together, so presumably the TC drop is going to be here. It's a pretty damn good one as well. Remember, also, he's going to get access to a campfire that's going to give additional food gathering off of the deer location. Gives you a really aggressive timing to go castle. We played CNC back in the day. Damn. Like, you know, like when you call it CNC, we know we're like blowing the dust off it all and going all the way back. Command and Conquer 1 mode, clearly. So looking good for the TC drop. Vortex has got literally nothing to stop a TC drop. He's got Batu Khan coming in. That will be a threat. And if Wham goes too loose on the TC placement, it should arrive in time. Remember, the Batu Khan has got a lot of HP. He doesn't die easily. He ain't one of those pussies that, like, you know, he gets into a brawl, and then someone, like, kicks in the shin and goes, oh, foul! I can't. He's 220 HP. He'll play for days. Wham. Ooh, okay. Scout didn't get there in time. That was almost disastrous. King should be able to contest the Batu Khan. He even moves to the village. Okay, like, he's actually opening up an opportunity for the Batu Khan to be more annoying. Remember, the Batu Khan, he can 4-hit kill. His lance charge is worth 20 damage. Oh, wait, did he just... He may have just screwed himself. Wham! Oh, wait, no. Okay, he does it for the charge. So that's going to be Scout denied. However, Batu Khan now able to get a kill. He might be able to yoink see a second. Villager's going to pull away early. Wham! He's trying to confuse it with the pathfinding. Because as we know, people that carry their great-great-grandfather around in a giant little bag on a long stick on top of the horse are inherently stupid. There are easier ways to carry your uncle around. Like, just duct tape him to your horse. It's
2. It's going to be maybe a third, but actually decides to back away instead. So 2 kills for Vortex. Torgud are coming out in force as well. He's got the second outcropping in the center, so he's already UVing up. Yeah, you don't get many good defensive stone options here. And the Feudal Torgud have got 250 HP. So not as tanky, but still pretty damn tanky. Look, before everyone tries to cry OP, reminder, Ridari, the Ridari champion in the Feudal Age has more HP. So, checkmate. And before anyone was like, oh, but KP, you have to make a landmark choice for that. This is a landmark. It counts. Nope. Body blocks. Oh. He moves with him, but no, Vortex. Okay, that was almost sick, but he then actually was so focused on getting the villagers to body block, he wasn't moving the injured villager anymore. So, whoops. -1. But I'm sure that the king will never come back and fight you again. It's not like he can just walk away and heal. Because that would be, like, insane, right? Like, healing in Feudal Age? Whoa. Wait a second. That's exactly what he does. And that's also just keeping attention here instead of in your base. So Wham gets a few spears to defend against even more Torgud. Double stockyard already online, so a decent amount of food coming in. What was this map? This map is called Tundra, which is a confusing name because of the biome, but that's what Avali went with. We don't question. Spear number's going to continue to blow. This looks like a fast castle without farms approach, which I like. He's already walled himself in the corner. Like, you need the white tower imminently before this Torgud count gets too high. Vortex also stockpiling. The nice thing about doing this type of build, it supplements with stone, so you're not really spending much of your core resources. It's kind of like when you play Byzantines, you're like, look, I'm building lombos. Oh, wait, I have the resources for castle? Has a similar effect. Interesting. Actually goes back for archers. I'd be surprised if he aggroed this, though. Like, you kind of got to lock in the tech timing. It takes so long, but if you stay in feudal here against white tower, it's very difficult to actually find value. So you can try to burn through the wall. But no ranged units. Not like you have the Khan that shoots from range. This guy was too stupid to pass archery. That's why he has such a long stick to make up for it. You know, like, if you want to be an archer, but you don't know how to shoot a bow and arrow, of course you use a spear. You have more reach. You kind of feel like an archer. So why does he nod his head so hard sometimes when he rides? You ever get the feeling they've just all got wireless earbuds in? They're just listening to, like, AC/DC on repeat as they ride around. Yeah! 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 White tower now. No! No! This actually might be a no moment. Archers are already on the way. I'm having doubts. This might be a doubt castle. Archers did just arrive. More villagers may be needed on this. Torgud, look for the charge in. Huddles him again. Now remember, the archers have to keep constant pressure because otherwise the spearmen are going to heal, like they're doing right now. They have to be constantly triggered in combat, or this does nothing. Vortex gets the short range charge, avoids the brace. Tries the hard commitment, doesn't work out though. That's already going to be one of the Torgud going down. Muscovy Yasak is on the way, so he's going to try to commit to this. You psychopath. Wait, what? Muscovy Yasak, remember, gives you some wood generation as well as +2 ranged armor. But you're still +2 range armoring into a white tower, which already has high damage. It's kind of difficult. Wham. More spears would serve you well here. But instead, he's obviously going to prep the knights as well. Well, he's got enough food to potentially do both. The problem he's going to have here is he's running out of food fast. Remember, this is a no English farms build. Yes, this is like 21st century England, where everyone wanted to have the right to work on those farms again, but none of us then wanted to work on those farms. Unless your name's Clarkson, you can afford a whole farm. That's different. Wham is going to be creeping around with that upgraded king. Could Vortex just enter the back? Don't use that out of context. I feel like your option here is going around the back. And that's exactly actually where Wham set up the farms. Problem is with Knight showing up, he hasn't got any spears, so actually his archers are quite vulnerable. Also, it's very easy for Wham to just kind of push, move away, because he's got that healing. But the Knights is actually a really big problem for Vortex to resolve now. So upgrade comes in automatically. Remember the Tortogood, they go up with the age, so already up to veterancy, 290 HP now. And they, look at that, guys. They hit as hard as a men-at-arms. Woo! Scary. Real Keshiks on the way that hit much harder but have less health. But they, of course, too also benefit from that extra armor. I don't know. I don't know why you guys have been moaning about these Tortogood. Like, geesh. The way you guys are crying about it, it's like you could get 60 of them out in 2 minutes. Now, admittedly, you can't layer it, but we're in Castle Age. They're fine here. Totally reasonable. I mean, you kind of need to be this tanky if you're going to be crazy enough to dive a white car. Yeah, remember, they did nerf the stone armies. They're nowhere near as good as they were before because they crippled the production rate on Tortogood. Used to take, I think, 6 seconds, and now it takes like 20. It went from being Tortogood to being Tortoke. Stockyard count looking really good as well. Oh, how did you guys gamble on this? I don't think we went over that. You little gambleholics. 51.49%. The diplomatic solutions again. I'm just having a poke at it. One of the problems on this map for Vortex, like at this point in the game, you're trying to get lots of stone to get your good techs, but a lot of your options on getting stone are going to be very forward. Look at that. See? Knight beats Tortogood. You saw it here first. Okay, maybe not this many Tortogood. We got limits, guys. I don't know. It's kind of tricky, though, because unless Vortex goes crossbowman, he has no way of clearing these easily. Like, the longer this drags out, kind of the worse it gets for you. Game needs 120 gigabytes and expensive graphics card. Not for you. Sounds like you need to use code PIGEON40 at PCS and get £40 off a several £1,000 PC setup. Okay, you don't actually have to go that good. It's fine. Just, I don't know, buy a PC. We just gotta get you a job. Still, once again, like, this is public, right? Unless you want to go for a pretty expensive tech to allow Tortogood to heal like Keshiks, which most players don't tend to rush. It's a little bit pricey. Look down here, Sarai Lancers for 400 stone. And there's such more important techs like getting the batch production where you get a third Keshik for free. It just doesn't take priority often. We do have crossbowmen now, so Wham will get the key ability to finish off targets. Yeah, it seems risky because, like, you can't run spear and crossbows away from a chase like you can knights, but the thought here is that Wham is scaling. He's got a good eco lead, over 20 workers ahead. Farm count is getting there as well, up to 20. Not sure what the plan is here from Vortex. The plan is to play Age of Empires 4 like a goddamn god, okay? He's going to play the best Golden Horde you've ever seen in your life. Flash coming in. This doesn't feel like a good start to the best Golden Horde you've ever seen in your life. This is looking a bit more like a Silver Horde. Starts to walk away. Has got the damage buff coming through. Nightliner's finned a little bit, but the crossbow's kind of just taking the dub now. What? Second tier of the damage buff comes through. This is as good as it's gonna get. He's bursting full fire here. Vortex even targeting down the crossbow. So Wham is starting to falter a little here. Will be forced to retreat. Vortex able to brute force it. Has got more Toragud as well as Keshik queued up behind this, but it's still a matter of now what. You want to fight. This is great, but we have to do something. Winning All-Stone Torgud kills your scaling. Without the Torgud, though, he just dies anyway. I think is his concern. Like, he's clearly trying to all in. You don't want to turn this into a macro game against English at this stage. I don't know, man. The Muscovy Yasak, I get the idea, but I guess the White Tower just doesn't feel that impactful. Bull's coming out now from Wham. I guess, like, actually, looking like that, Torguds do last a bit longer, but still. It's what makes English so infuriating. It used to be, oh, you dive them, they have a lot of DPS to defend. Now it just kind of feels even worse. Warlord going to be coming through unsuccessfully, though. Because, like, before, you know, it used to be, oh, I dive them, they have good attack speed, I'm in trouble. Now it's, oh, I dive them, they have good attack speed, I'm in trouble. Now I walk away, oh, they're healing all that damage we traded. Now I'm even bigger trouble than I used to be. It's just a Civ that's just kind of gotten more frustrating over time, not less. I think for a lot of people, it's to see if they didn't miss encountering on the ladder. Vortex. Ooh. Oh, ho. Oh, hello. Is it still Stone Armies, though? Or has it been nerfed enough? Yeah, network trades is kind of crazy, actually. But nah, Stone Army's too good. All right. I will say, like, there's a really powerful move around Yam network trades. For those who don't know, it gives you 360 gold trickle a minute by building 6 outposts. In fairness to him, he's only built, what, 2 at this stage? So to get maximum value, you'd have to make a big injection into outpost spam. Man, is this feeling a bit awkward, though. I mean, Wham could easily rush a landmark himself now. He's still got the gold vein up here. He's still tapping the one from the second TC, remember. Knights are going to encounter a problem, though. That's a pricey loss. 4 Knights going down. And what did he do? Has he actually bothered with any edicts? He hasn't. He's still production. So I'm thinking at this rate, I mean, this is the thing, like, I notice quite often. It's not like players optimize the stockyard placement for switching over to gold gen on the pastures. But he could double outpost, 1 here and 1 here, and then switch into the stockyard edict, which is really good. I think Wham knows. Like, you've got to be suspecting things now with the way this has played out. Vortex. Presumably... Did he get the... He hasn't got increased supplies, so he can't actually pump out the discounted units quicker. He's already queued up the Tortugube, which is weird. You get a discount, and then you want to queue them. So he's actually just wasted stone doing this. Because remember, you're paying 160 currently. You'd only be paying 128. It's a little bit wasteful there. Now you can get things on a big discount. I mean, you could even consider just pumping Keshik here. Yeah, with the changes to the Tortugube, they kind of made Keshiks more desirable to spam, I think. I don't know, like, the damage is good, and obviously you have to upgrade Keshik still. It's the difference. Like, Keshik will win on the DPS at least. Wingard coming. Ooh, wait, what? I thought that Wham would go for Berkshire here. Considering the amount of cavalry. He's being greedy about it. It's going to be the Wingard. Okay, yeah, you've got Tortugud, but I've got foot Tortugud. I guess he's trying to get towards the wind guard footmen. Footmen are kind of like Tortugud, just without the cavalry piece. Ringing the bells. Boys are moving into position here. Oh, this is a good find. Hello, workers. They've got the gate, though. Wham, able to pull back. But remember, the elite techs are there for Vortex. They are not for Wham. You villagers also getting caught by the weird pathing. Thinks about a dive. Thinks twice. I mean, you've got to get in, right? Like, this is the time that you were looking for. You wait 1 minute, and Wham could have the upgrades necessary. Does go for the marketplace, because actually, like, Wham would preferably have the option of tapping into a bit more gold here. He has queued up elite knight tech. Prioritizing that over the spearman and the crossbowman. No surprise there, considering your opponent has got an amassment of archers already. And no use on the Wingard Palace yet. Yeah, most of these options require a lot of gold. They all require at least some. And he's lacking on gold until at least the enclosures come in. Biology. 2 follow. Vortex, is he about to do this? Golden Horde. What was I saw in chat earlier? The worst Civ. The hardest Civ to win with. Is he about to show us the way? I mean, English may not be seen as an S-tier Civ, but still a powerful Civ, surely, in the eyes of many. Has to be go time soon. We're what, 25 seconds away from biology. Big crossbows start to step up. They see a secluded army. They're looking for an opportunity here. Knights are going to try to ride in. Archers do bait for the engagement. Tortugud round the back though. He catches him. Wham! Overextended. And the cavalry come crashing down. No attack speed aura. No buff. Just a giga stack horde on horseback. Vortex baits him out perfectly for the necessary fight into a necessary dive. This guy is pitch perfect with this always. I've seen it time and time again. Every kind of player imaginable falls for this. They get baited, lulled into a sense of security, and then lured out into that perfect moment where he can get the surround, the crash, and the win with his horde. Freaking guy, I swear. How does he do it so well? So goddamn well. Better than really anyone is these days. I mean, you figure, like, it looks like it's going well for Wham, right? Like, he's got his eco online, very big eco lead. But, you know, I think, like, part of it is genuinely Tortugud health scales so well, especially with biology. Like, it's a percentile scaling type thing. We're going to Dry Arabia next for Macedonians versus French. Isn't this hard for Macedonians? You like fighting civs normally, but this is like the way that this civ is a fighting civ is very hard for you to get advantages out of because they have mobility and they have damage. Sorry, I just saw something in the background.
good. Oh, by the way, I totally forgot. I know you guys have been asking about the keyboard and everything. We actually have like the code now. So if you click on that or you click on the little image down below the stream, you can go ahead and get your hands on the goodies you've been asking about. So yeah, we did finally get that set up so that it's a full tracking link. You guys can go through now and buy your power pink, your manly pink, the most manly keyboard and mouse you'll ever own. All right. Turns out Macedonians might be super effective against Spain. It's happened once, it could happen again. We head into Dry Arabia, where Wham is once again whipping out Macedonians against the Spaniards. Only this time, he has to beat the Spanish French. All right, let's get into it. Game number 1, going the way of Vortex. He leads this grand finals, looking to continuously defend his title, untarnished. But Wham's Macedonians is a funky beast to encounter. I'm curious to see how he wants to approach this particular game, though. Last time, we saw him playing a Hippodrome strategy. Very kind of flat-faced aggroed with mass archers. Not sure that works the same way against French, considering the power of the knights. Hey, hey, what do you mean my keyboard enhances my femininity? Enhances my manliness. Look at how you look at the keyboard and look at my mustache. Look at the keyboard. Look at my look at it. You just see the pink on my lips. You see the pink on the keyboard. You just see all the pink. Manliness. Who's the manliest person here, though? We've got Adgir Mafra coming out. These are more expensive spearmen. Vortex has got 4 gold, though, so it's kind of problematic, actually. He has already gone towards Wheelbarrow. And he does scout out the Varangian stronghold, so he knows spearmen are coming. Okay, more interesting than that is the fact that Vortex actually did not even go into gold, guys. He's literally just building spearmen. Is this a delayed outpost rush? I don't think so. 3 on wood? Nah, this is just him spear spamming. I guess he wants to stop pro scouts and then maybe play pro scouts himself? How is it going, sheeple? Well, I'm with, what, 12 to 9. Okay, so slightly nothing too crazy yet. But that's kind of cool. Vortex, he goes for an outpost defense. That's interesting, because the spearmen of Macedonians have more health. So it's much harder to kill them. 90 HP on these bad boys. That's a cool reaction to it, actually. Not what I would have expected. But considering Wham was so delayed going into gold, it doesn't feel terrible to do. And love that. Vortex, he stops constructing at 90% because now, if these spearmen don't come back, he doesn't need to waste the wood. Love to see more players doing this. It's something I remember. I was with a pro player on a cast like 2 years ago, and I speculated it. He's like, yeah, that's cool, but like it's very expensive on idle time, so it kind of feels bad. But I think we've just gone to the point where when you're optimizing the maximum, it makes a lot of sense here. So bad at walling. I feel like most people struggle with walling. Even pros struggle when to wall and when not to. It's such a polarizing thing these days with the crippling nerfs towards walling. Damn, it's still going to be Hippodrome. So despite the fact he's going to go up against French Knights, he still opts to go into the ponies. Final sheep haul. It's going to be 10 coming in for Vortex. Wham with barely more than that. Only 11. So pretty tight on the food game. The most Canadian thing imaginable, guys. But they nerfed it. Oh my god, dish shoving sucks now. No, you just need to actually, like, micro more 5-head. Just micro, lol. Just play like Wham. Haven't built single wall in previous 20 games, probably. Yeah, but you play Shushis. You're just usually trying to spam lances. Like, being a Basset player or, like, an English player. Then you're like, I need walls. Like, here's inspiration for you. Wham, one of the most prolific walls in pro play, is in the grand finals. Whoa. Actually, like, props to him. Nowadays, Wham doesn't tend to rush walls.
We've had a lot of games these days where he's the second person to start adding in wall. Like we had it in the Lucifer and Wham series, actually. Whereas Abbasis versus Byzantines, and Byzantines were the first ones to wall. I've been playing everything but Sushi. Haha, your Civ got nerfed. I mean, you wouldn't need to wall Malians. You literally just sit in your base and jerk off for 20 minutes. And then Ottomans are... I mean, Ottomans are just going to attack anyway. And then French should just attack. I feel like Ottomans, French, like if you need a defense, it's outpost anyway. Okay, so we do have Pro Scouts coming through, which is generally the expected thing here. Imperial Hippodrome about to complete. And notice that outpost is still sitting there incomplete. Vortex doesn't need the wood right now, but if he ends up needing it, he can cancel it. And if a raid comes in, he can just complete it in the meantime. Boom. Actually just gets rid of it now. Yeah, he's convinced there's not going to be aggro now. And we are going to get the deer play. I like the way Wham done this, though. Just pushes them, smushes them together, so it means that you can have one mill very close to an outpost, so that when night raids come in, he doesn't idle himself a lot running back and forth. I think this is what I like about the changes. Like, I like the fact they didn't just remove deer shoving. I personally think that would have been a huge error. I like that they crippled the idea of long deer shoving. But there's still value in slightly condensing things like this. That's the smart way of doing it, for sure. All right, Varangian Stronghold going to be coming up. This is really good. Once you have double Stronghold, it's worth going for the Stronghold Defense Varislets, because it's basically cheaper than getting double Harislet. Oh, same price, probably. And they're better. Grim Scout. Oh, yeah, that's not going to work there. He needed to delay it a little bit longer. The damage buff too strong. So Vortex draws first blood. Does almost cost him a knight, but a kill is a kill. As we've all said when we begin that speculation, $20 is $20 and a deer is a deer. Vortex. Well, I said about him optimizing. Wham's optimization seemed to have ran into a slight hiccup there. A frame rate jolt. Some of the deer get dragged away by Vortex. He's got 5 scouts. So it's not the most inefficient thing to do there. As he's already got 4 others dragging goodies back. Horseman, not going to be able to get that kill. All right, chill. Whoa, what was that from? That is a scout champion, sir. All right, he has won many battles in the arena. He has not died. A gajillion times to come out, to emerge victorious. He is Spartacus. Respect him. We are getting more spear spam coming from Wham now. I guess he's just going to mass spam and mass horseman, maybe? In theory, it's like decent against this comp. I usually find like mass spam and mass horseman, though. Knights quite often get much better trades than you'd expect in A-click type fights. Like, they're so obnoxious at blocking you from raiding to the archers. Other problem here, remember, this is French, so there is a scaling worker lead, which Macedonians can't match. Macedonians do have one upside, of course, and that's going to be inflating numbers. Double so than what someone else can on blacksmith decks. It is very expensive, though, and also there's an argument of like the amount of value you get out of doing that with horsemen. I actually think for Wham, it maybe makes more sense to just buff the infantry. I don't know. It sounds weird to say that out loud. Like, Knights, I think, does complicate things in the feudal age for Macedonians a lot. Castle less so. In Castle, you're just like, okay, I will just do cavalry. Because Ridari will beat French Knights. It's comical how not close it is. I'm not exaggerating, guys. Like, even if you go Royal Institute, you don't really feel like you're winning big like you should in a mass heavy cav strat. Wow, I'm now on the offensive. Yeah, I've got the Arislets coming in at home just in case he gets raided. Vortex is just fully hunkered down, though. He's not trying to just aggro the flanks. He's aware an attack is coming. It shows you the importance of rebuttaling these early attacks from Macedonians as well. Remember, Macedonians is probably one of the biggest snowballing civs in Age of Empires 4. They can start winning fights, the runestones come into play. Then they leverage bigger advantages off of the silver. It's all stacked up to kind of play, I guess, a little bit like old school Delhi, really, with the Tower of Victory.
I guess like a more apt comparison would be that Macedonians in a lot of ways can feel like Jean in the feudal age. You know, if you start slipping up against her, it just rolls against you fast. Bruno was eliminated? Yes, he was eliminated in the pre-round of 32 because he didn't even sign up. He was eliminated from the possibilities of even existing in KPMM because he did not sign up. Chivalry now on the way. Oh, good time for it. Still got that injured knight out here. Interesting Wham went straight for the deer instead of the boar. There are only 4 workers. You would have thought boar would be better. Especially considering the numbers are actually really close. But the idea here, you know, although the deer, you've got, what was it, 2450 here versus 2200, or 2400 rather, and you gather this much quicker. The reason he's going deer first is because he doesn't want to give it to Vortex. So this is a blocker play. But you are, of course, sacrificing a bit of efficiency for it. Vortex going straight for that deer location. We've almost got the Ridari champion, actually. We must be getting close. Yeah, he's coming out in just 30 seconds. That's big. 1 Ridari champion to beat all the knights. Calling it. They're kind of nuts, actually, how good they are. The other thing is also the knights get gap closed really quick with the champ. The champ's going to inflate the movement speed up to Yam movement speed from Mongols. But then on top of that, you can runestone drop to go up to like 1.6 movement speed. With those 2 comboed things, the movement speed of these reaches on a Begatia level. It's insane, actually. They're more Japanese Naruto mode than Japan themselves. And the need for speed has just arrived. 1.44 movement speed. Have at them, boys. Archers try to retreat. Spears quickly catching up, though. The knights can't cover much. Horsemen about to start hitting into the archers. Wow, he's only got 9 spears, though. He needs to make this count. He needs to make it count fast. Archer count being brought low. Runestones not available yet. The problem right here is the horsemen are getting the kills, not the spearmen. So he doesn't have any runestones to drop. They spread out, just 4 spearmen remaining to try and hold them back, but it's working, damn it. There's not many knights remaining. Vortex has to stagger away. Just a handful of spears will be enough. Vortex now in full retreat. Ponies will clear up the last of the archers. This gets scary now. I mean, that Ridari champion, look at him. He absorbs so much damage, and this is the other absurd thing. They heal. The champions all heal, remember. They regenerate at a decent pace. It's basically chivalry. Great snipe there, by the way. That was sick. Vortex saw the injured champion, took him out. That's minus 300 resources. And delay on the timing also makes it harder on the retreat because you don't have the movement speed on your spears anymore. Used up another Hippodrome Ridari. 30 seconds out. Vortex, he's not done yet. He's coming again. Tricky part is genuinely this Varangian stronghold. 10 damage and it's rapid fire. 1.12 seconds. It's pretty damn good against knights. It's much better against melee units than range because melee units will definitely be in range, whereas range units can kind of clip the edge when they're fighting around these areas. Straight for the outpost. Runestone gets dropped. Starts to give the chase. Ridari champion is about to arrive again. When he gets here, this is going to get fast. Like, look at this. 1.65 movement speed. I need to add in like zooming effects. Just gonna get like some Audacity files of me just going. Just put them on a hotkey. God, they are so fast. 2 movement speed when charging. You can't actually run away from them when that starts happening. And it's practically just Adki and Mafur. Few horsemen held in reserve. Line formation now being used so you can try to swallow the archers that are retreating. Archers that are definitely slower. Got a runestone right now. With this kind of count, you can easily get one fast. The knights. This is just ridiculous. You have to turn around at some point. Vortex just trying to be crafty about it and sneak a few horseman kills. It's been a recommitment.
trying to edge out more time to get more healing in. Village is now also being exposed. He continues the push. This is never ending. Goes in for the charge. Several more get sniped. And he'll just retreat away now. He realizes, okay, wait, we've basically reached his corner. We may have gone slightly too far. Man. Wow, I'm just showing you a new way, really. Never go for the spears. And all these ranging guard strats we talk about, Bog Mafur. But in this game, it is full speardom. Takes a stab at it. Spreads out the line. Vortex has had enough of this crap. He's up to 15 knights, and this might be enough. Wham! He came too far. Too fast. Army's going to get sniped down. Even the champions get eliminated. Everything is gone. Talk about patience. Vortex found the pristine moment to turn and burn. Wham, we'll have to reset. Queuing up all those champs again. Already has the Radari champion as well as the Horseman queued. Vortex able to go back on the offensive. Critical moment as well. Needed that ball. Was running out of food at home. In fact, getting onto the final berry batch as we speak. Actually, no, sorry. I still got these ones back here. Actually, he's been pretty lean with his food. Despite the efforts of Wham to block out Pro Scouts. Now the chase. This is the problem for Wham. When you go melee like this, it's kind of like, yeah, get. That's why he kept pushing. He knew if he had to retreat away, this would start to happen. And that's when the snowball effect really kicks in, when you're just looking at all your injured troops and everything the enemy has is rejuvenated. Ranged armor, what, on the spearman? It protects you against the archers, dives later as well. The problem here is, like, what, he went for, was it melee plus? Yeah, it's only +1 damage. I mean, it's not the worst idea. When you're bulking spearmen in particular, remember, these spearmen specifically have a buff called Stronger Together. It increases their attack speed based on the number of spearmen nearby. The range is not very big. On average, you can maybe trim off 0.3 attack speed when you're at like 20 plus spears. But it's still a nice cherry on top. Might see some cherries getting squished for trying to snatch the berries. Vortex. He's creeping looking for him. Doesn't quite see it. Actually has to rally home. Vortex has got his archers on guard on the north side. The knights reveal themselves like this. It's a little bit dangerous for Wham. For Vortex rather. As Wham can actually try to raid, and raid he will. Horseman going to creep north, but the ball he snuck out of. Vortex gets into the stealth forest. There is no scout here. It's a bit of a gamble to see what you can find. A few knights plus the archers are now going to reveal. Bit of an ambitious fight. If Wham just moves past this, the horseman can target fire down, but instead hesitates, has to back away. Elsewhere, the knights, they did slip for a second there, but quick reaction out of Vortex gets him away, and now he'll be on his merry way towards castle. Oh boy, you gotta be kidding me. 14 knights, 25 archers. I mean, a good time to be going for it. The horseman couldn't do anything. It's because he used ranged armor on the melee infantry. Like, this is the trade-off I was talking about. Like, with Macedonians, whatever direction you're going to go in, you need to leverage a big advantage by going into it. Because although they can get substantially larger benefits on their blacksmith techs than other civs per age, the trade-off is it's very hard to then steer into a different choice. Like you can see here, he's going double melee tech for the spears. But that means he had to spend, what was it, 500 silver to get that? He doesn't have any ranged armor on his horseman. He doesn't have any damage increase on his horseman. Doesn't have ranged armor 2 on his spears. It's a brutal trade-off, actually. Tech up complete. Not much time to work with. Wham. This is a do-or-die moment. He has got a runestone. You want to use it at the right moment to get a follow-up runestone to keep charging. Cost is lower on melee infantry upgrades. Not as much as you think. Like you see there. Getting tier 2 melee would still be 500, same as cavalry. Like, when you're talking about tier 2s, no matter what type of tier 2 it is, it's still a big silver investment in age 2. Wow, I mean, this has been kind of redundant, though. Like, we've done nothing. He walked over just to walk back. These guys probably have nowhere left on the bottom of their sandals. At this point, they're running barefoot across the meadows. Veterancy on Knights is in. Archer's about to kick in with their Veterancy 2. Damage 2 also coming. Knights. Keep retreating. Buying time, but the Akimafa are fast. Remember, they got that movement speed. They got the buff. Hasn't got another runestone, though. He already sacked that. Actually, no. Just got it in. Could choose to drop it now and just keep on charging. Vortex happy with these trades, though. The problem is the Horsemen, they're just blocked by the speed so often, they're not really getting in there. Few Knights do get pinched. But Wham now needs to turn and burn. The good news is with the Radari champ, he can move faster. The bad news is we're not seeing an advantage build in any form. I guess one upside for him is that Vortex is only one, like not even one villager ahead. He should be multiple villagers ahead at this point. Vortex has had some macro issues on worker production, for sure. Because remember, French produces workers quicker, Macedonians do not. So that's at least the upside, is like in a game which he should be economically outmatched, he's currently not. But he's definitely technologically. Their archers are good enough to beat this entire army, given time. Time, which they have most definitely been given. Knights now commit in, army to be wiped. The Macedonians, like lightning, will not be allowed to strike the same place twice. The second Spaniard to step up finds the way to crush them. Yeesh. 2 on the board. This guy just likes speedrunning my grand finals, doesn't he? What do you call that one? No YouTube video about the 2026 announcement. We weren't live when they released it, and I'll be frank with you, I've been like pretty freaking busy. So I haven't really had time to get around to it. There's been a lot of things like, I'll be real, I feel like I don't have enough time to do everything I need to do currently. So yeah, it wasn't. I don't know. It didn't feel like a priority on the list. And now it's probably too late now, actually. So game 3. I think we get a wham win, guys. It's Sengoku against Roos in Pigeon's View. I mean, this should be the one, actually. Problem with Vortex, he doesn't have off days or even off games. Pretty much, dude. The guy is a monster. I think the biggest problem with Vortex is like, with this guy, it feels like no matter how big of a lead you make, you are only one mistake away from him controlling the game. He's so freaking good, even when behind, at finding those moments. I just saw someone comment like, Kingdom Come 2 deserves to win Best RPG over Clair Obscura. Really? Okay, so like I still haven't got around to Kingdom Come 2, so I can't give the full opinion. But at least based on what I've heard from people and what everyone said, I feel like people are still talking about Clair Obscura now. And even with the recent DLC for Kingdom Come, I don't feel like I hear a lot of people talking about them. Anyone else get that feeling? What do I think about the new DLCs? I feel like, not to be the negative Nelly, but the whole Viking thing after the Macedonians, I think there's a risk that it makes the Macedonians feel like why did we do this in a bad way? Even if they are conceptually very different, if you get what I mean. It's almost like the devs were willing to admit it was a mistake and they should have done Vikings instead. But it also now just kind of makes it look like why didn't we do this in the first place? So I don't know. We'll see. Like, obviously, they can make a civ very different, but the idea of what the civs were, like, I flat out said, like, Macedonians are basically Vikings. All right, let's get to it, guys. You're in a grand finals against Vortex. There seems to be no way to stop him, but there's always one solution. Sengoku, your savior in the midst of disaster. Is this going to be good enough to get Wham on the board? Or is Vortex just an unstoppable GOAT of Age of Empires? Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 3 of Grand Final Showdown here. Vortex continuing to defend his championship belt with great ease. The master of KPMM Season 2 looks to extend his lead. 2-0 up already. He picks the Roost on Pigeon's View. But Pigeon's View, also a phenomenal map for this new civ. Sengoku Daimyo from Wham, and a bloody good spawn at that. Gets the berries, the tree line. Doesn't get the gold, admittedly, but that's fine. And we already have Yatai's hitting the field. This feels really good against Roost, actually, because like Roost, they will build knights. That'll be annoying down the line, but your Dark Age is as safe as can be. It's not really a civ that's going to Dark Age rush you. So you get to move your Yatai's out and maximize your food straight away. Interesting that he didn't pull for the boar at all, though. Why are people pretending Mace and Vikings are at all related? Well, there is the idea that the Macedonian dynasty hired the mercenary Vikings that did what they did, the Ranging Guard, etc. So at least has that crude relation. But also, like, the problem is they're probably going to choose to call them Vikings. But we also have to remember that, like, Vikings, when they existed as Vikings, is substantially out of the timeline period of AoE4, which people are always nitpicking about. Personally, like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of at the point where, like, if you can find a good way of making these civilizations that are hundreds of years apart clash and it not feel, like, giga silly, then I'd rather you do that. You know, like, obviously it'd be very hard to have the US modern army versus the Romans and it look close. One has a gun. But, like, if you can create a justifiable system where, like, the Roman legions fighting, you know, French makes sense and looks cool, I'm for it. I'd rather have that over, we must align the time periods correctly. That's kind of like, I don't care. I'd rather just have the cowboys versus dinosaurs situation. But obviously in a balanced, realistic standpoint. So Golden Gate now on the way. Presumably we're getting pro scouts anyway. Astronomers are still 80% Viz. If you, like, look at it from a very linear, like, scope of how they look, even then I think you're saying, like, 70%. Because the architecture is the same, I agree. But the unit types, are you kidding me? Atgemafa, Bogmafa, Vridari, Varangian Guard even having a different role. Like, you got 3 unique units, actually more than that, haven't you? I don't know if that's fair to say, like, it's 80% Viz. It's the recycling of, like, the landmarks that makes you feel like it's 80%. But that just goes a long way to proving that the visuals are actually a huge amount of how people judge games. Take it from someone who's coded their dissertations around, like, AI and pathfinding solutions. I made this elaborate AI that was learning and doing different things and reacting to each other. But literally for the assets, all of them were just pills. And what you realize when you do that is basically, without you adding in audio and imagery, to the casual viewer, it just looks like a bunch of stupid capsules rubbing up against each other. Whereas when you look at the back code, it's really intriguing. But, like, from a viewer's perspective, you know, having unique looking architecture is a huge part. Did that for my dissertation? Yep, pathfinding and AI solutions. I don't know if my blog post still exists on it, actually. But we basically had, like, a kind of RTS scene we created in Unity. And we used... What was it called? God, I haven't talked about it in such a long time. It's a utility-based AI solution. So the whole idea is that your AI had desires it wanted to fulfill. And then it would choose how to fulfill those behaviors. It's actually a really good model for most AI solutions in video games because it's very resource efficient. The whole idea is you basically have, like, a base default rate, an additive, and a multiplier effect. And those get applied to the different desires, like desire to run away, desire to fight, desire to eat, desire to take a giant crap, desire to kick W in chat, you know. And yeah, we used a lot of A-Star. And then I started also on the mesh, start using 3D meshes, which are pretty intriguing. Anyway, no doubt over. Yari cavalry coming! Da, 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 da. We did talk about this full gold being annoying, but like that's the beauty of Wham just now playing into feudal. He doesn't need that much gold. Vortex Pro Scouts has now completed. Has got the Wooden Fortress coming in. Even snuck the hunting cabins are a little bit around the side to get a bit of extra trimming here and efficiency. Deer already on the way home. Cool thing about playing Pro Scouts into this is it also just stops the value of your ties as the game goes on. And clever? Whoa, I wouldn't go that far. I'm a very good Googler. After opening up some scripting again recently, I realize it's even easier now if you if you're a good Googler, then you can be a good chat GPTer, which is something I had ignored for years. No, I need to do. I just need to get myself some script goblins that make scripts for me. That's the real play. So Yari plus Yumi, pretty much the expected. Vortex forced this as well by opening spears, which he was going to need to get the Pro Scout play back anyway. Presumably, now the goal is just to get castle. Unless he wants to add in knights. You can, but the problem is that with the grenades the shinobi fire at you, it's a very easy way of just sniping out knights because of the way it scales base damage on nearby units. Like, if you get hit by a grenade and you're a knight, even a Yumi hurts. It's such a weird, polarizing experience, actually, compared to... Like, I think a lot of people fell victim to it so easily because of what you're used to from Yumi with Japan. Like, oh yeah, it's a worse archer. But when you add in the ninjas, it's a substantially better archer. Grenades coming in. Does have to duck and run, though. Can't take the deer home. It's easy to have AI write the code. It's hard to find the nuclear bomb that AI put in the code randomly. True. Well, it just comes down... Like, that's... I think that, once again, to a certain extent, comes down to, like, how you understand coding principles and then the task you give it. Like, if you ask it to write you an entire program, then you're going to get a lot of issues. If you ask it to create a subsystem, you can at least quickly kind of decipher that subsystem. And AI is for sure lazy. Like, for example, when I've had it write some scripts, things like having a timer variable that you obviously, like, know as a human being, you're probably going to have that be a variable at the top that you could alter because you might reference it for multiple timers. It'll instead be like, yeah, we're just going to put the number into the command, which is really inefficient. Okay, so Sengoku's going castle. They are going to be second to do it. High Trade House is already coming through. It's a decent one. Get your numbers in. Not as deep as it would have liked to have been. And it is going to be double archery. And triple archery, in fact. So horse archer spam to begin. But this is going to be Mounted Samurai. And that can be a bit scary against Sengoku because of the estates. The estates, remember, the Takeda, just level 1 is all it takes to get this horse training movement speed. Allowing you to have super speed Mounted Samurai. Wham. Still hasn't even started his deck up, actually. A little bit of a mismatch on the food versus gold. It should be Sake Brewery because we like winning games. Right? Right? Yeah, we love winning games. Wahoo! Seriously, this is like one of the best landmarks in AoE4. It's hard to get much better than that thing. Jeez. At least for Castle. High Trade House. 96 gold a minute. Not that good. Yeah, especially for the map like Pigeon View. Typically you see a lot higher. And there's the horse training we mentioned before. Actually, this is kind of more interesting. I thought he'd just straight up go Mounted Samurai, but I don't disagree with this idea. He's just Yariing. Yari Cavalry makes a lot of sense here because your opponent's just raw horse archery. Even though Mounted Samurai technically do better against horse archers than they used to, this is even more efficient. That's sick. So presumably we get Veterancy queued up soon. Right, he's going to complete the tech up and then pretty much should have what he needs within, I'd say, 30 seconds. Trade-off, of course, is Vortex is going to be first to Relics now because of that. First one already coming home. How's the Sake Brewery compared to a Manticore? Oh, it's insane. Like, when you cap this thing out, each villager gathering on this is worth, like, an extra 100 gold per minute. And Mance is worth 2 workers. You know? So if you're getting, like, double the efficiency out of your workers by them being on this, it is definitely there. There's infinite gold. Just like a Mancer. So, like, it matches up in that standard as well. In fairness, it should be better, right? Like, Mancer Quarry is a tier 2 landmark. That's a tier 3. Pro Scout still yoinking. Night switch coming in from Vortex. So he noticed the horseman count. I think Wan maybe gave away his strategy a little bit. Are we looking at Matsuri count? That's pretty bad. Yeah, we're only at like 2 so far. Because did he play 3 No, he stopped at 4 Yatai. So he should have more coming back soonish. Nice walling. Wow, I'm just securing as much food as possible. This is always the awkward thing with your ties. You eat the food and then you get less passive food. It just... You know when you have things in the games like, this is self-griefing. It feels like self-griefing, doesn't it? Just creeping in the Stealth Forest, by the way. We have got a spear switch on the way for Vortex. Actually, just temporary while he pads himself. Technically, Knight should just be the win. Shinobi, though. Oh, the surround! Nani? He catches him. He needs to follow up, though. Frags do clip again. Maim slows all of them, if it slows any. Yari. Here we get some good hits in here, but really not as good of an exchange as you'd like to see. Yeah, considering that was a full ninja surround, Vortex came out of that relatively unscathed. You can see it on the bodies as well as an even exchange. Maybe a slight advantage for Wham, but for a ninja timing, that was nowhere near good enough. You'd expect a lot more wipe. That was kind of crazy. Yari not able to clutch up as big as Wham was hoping. The Relic game continues to sliver towards Vortex's camp. 3rd Relic now up here. We'll have to duck and run. Already camping the south side, so we'll guarantee a 3rd here at least. Ikko Ikki monks are now coming in, so Wham will be looking to finally get some of his own, but this rate, it feels like 1, if you're lucky, 2 relics are attainable. Wham doesn't even know where this relic is, by the way. Vortex has scouted it. What are we missing? He's now going for the Mounted Samurai. We are going to get this. So the reason why Yari Cavalry should have been a genius move, even though it doesn't feel like it so far, is specifically against horse archers, guys. They get the range damage bonus and the cavalry damage bonus. So instead of doing 22 damage like a horseman normally would, he's going to be doing 25. Soon it's going to be 27. Which means you're hitting as hard as Mounted Samurai do. But you're paying a lot less, right? It's 145 instead of 240. It's a cool idea. And I guess with the tier 2 tech, the Takeda clan's techs, it allows you to trade a bit better into knights. The other cool thing here is he did just inflate the health pool of them again by another 5%. So you can see the pony's getting pretty tanky, up to 192 HP with veterancy.
He's padding it. Tatara as well. Also, keep in mind the Daimyo effect is huge. Daimyo seems to be a little bit clunky when it comes to buffing range units because of the animation locks. But melee always tends to benefit from almost, if not the entire percentile scale. So it's a 15% attack to be buffed. Which is pretty damn big on the Yari cavalry unit that already had such high base attack. And a long wind up between the shots. Wow. He thinks twice like, wait, no. That army is much bigger right now. Backs away. Have defender's advantage in the next engagement. Township is ready to roll. So Shinobi ambush could be underway shortly. It's been the moment of the backstab, and there we go. Gets him from behind. Grenades thrown out. Only gets one volley though. Vortex, no panic there. Immediately snipes out the ninjas, and wham! Just a bit too ambitious there. Trusting in them to kind of hold on their own. He'll be able to push through now, but the Knights, boys' fortitude, pretty good front line here. Yari try to dive past. Means the Knights just get to stand still and club them down, but they are left behind to deal with a few mad samurai. Vortex second wave arrives now. I think Wham is looking a bit cooked here. It just doesn't feel like he's getting that count. You need like 20 Yari here. The Vortex keeps forcing fights just before it. Double Sacred Sight now locked in. He's even thinking about raiding, something that horse archers are pristine for. Especially when you do not have textiles. Great micro gets two instead of one worker. That's to force a fight in the choke point. Problematic, means Wham can't actually use his mass melee. Kind of overwhelmed. It's good cover fire from Vortex. Milking the engagements, making sure that he's giving as good as he's getting. It's got the Warrior Monk buff there as well to make it easier for horse archers to deal with Cav. Just every time it feels like Wham's about to even up on the military, he ends up taking a bad exchange towards the end because health bars don't look pretty, and you know at some point you're going to have to leave. Like, that's the thing against range. They're always waiting for that moment. If you can't break them, you will have to turn, and then you'll lose another 2 or 3 units when you do so. Especially against a player of this caliber. Just cleanly played. Vortex. Wave after wave coming, man. He's just not running out of food. Creeping out to the berry, so we're starting to reach the point where you'd have to contemplate a farm switch, but he's padding it instead. He's going for the ball. A ball that Wham needed. That's really high snipe. Wham has at least got his own deer and berries to play with a bit here, but he's starting to feel like he's going to run out of food first. Which is concerning considering how food dominant his composition is. Right. Vortex always slim on that front line. It's not a bad thing here. Shinobi seemingly wasted. Is there a world in which he goes for tier 3? Not in a rush here. Could be sick if your opponent ever went infantry. This is the weird thing. Mount Samurai Odachi sounds pretty giga-busted, getting bonus damage against infantry with your knights, but if your opponent's only playing cavalry, it's pointless. And no, Wham still hasn't scouted the relic in the corner. You have the food switch, your Thai farm gatherer coming in, so he's going to start buffing up his food income with the farms from the Thais. Continues to buff up his lead. Look at this military count. It's a 2-to-1 almost. Yari, they go for the surround though. He tries to pull a Vortex. Horse archers do get caught. Knights are panning against the chase though. He sneaks out like a slivery snake. And the Yari burning a lot of time dealing with the Knights. Too much time is starting to feel like. Surely, if he could just reach them. Horse archers are starting to get caught a bit. But you're seeing how that boy's fortitude makes a hella load of difference. Wham! Has he got the ninjas? They're still on cooldown. Remember, this got nerfed hard. 120-second cooldown. About a third quarter uptime. Like, it's not what it was. You don't have the constant threat that Sengoku once did. And Vortex has been optimizing around that fact. Always forcing these fights, always edging towards them before it would be available again, before it would give Wham that comeuppance, that moment of reprieve, maybe that opportunity to win a fight. And the crazy thing is, Wham, he has the destroyed value advantage, but the problem here is, let's look at the economy. Vortex can afford to lose on that slightly. He's winning on the raw income numbers. And the interesting part is that's with minimum raid damage done, really. On a map that Horse Archer should be able to just milk kills left, right, and center. He hasn't needed them to take that advantage. Takeaway is Horse Archer still OP. The takeaway is Vortex still OP. Multiple matchups where he's in a weird bind, he's managed to just middle finger it and say no. Like this right here, this guy is the person to beat in Age of Empires 4. He's the toughest cookie to crack. Wham has one more punt at this. And it really feels like an all-in send on Yari this time around. My concern is now going to be there's a switch. Vortex has crept this out on him unknown. Quad, make that 5 Raxes. Mass Spearman now on the way. If Wham doesn't get a sniff of this soon, he won't have time to react. Even if he does, the micro requirement for him in these fights is going to be a lot higher. Wham does see the first wave, does get a glance at the Spearman now. The question is, what can you do? Because what he doesn't realize just yet is it's already 14 spears. Vortex is done giving time. He's here to end this. To be the Time Lord. The Lord of all. Marches straight in, goes after the houses, tries to burn him out. Pop block effect. Wham. Still just more Yari. That's not going to work against these spears, though. Burning under the stables. Yari. Go for the backstab. But the spears, they've been hiding in there. It's like Kangaroo's duplicate as they hop out of the pockets. Grenades come out, but the Horse Archer is untouched. Knights move a little bit closer to hug. Yari try to break through, but it's just not working. It's not going to be enough. He hides deeper in Wham's own base. This is ridiculous. Half the Yari already dead. The rest are going to melt. And Vortex is unstoppable. 3-0 up, 1 away from another clean sweep. And showing you that Sengoku is not to be feared. You know, if you happen to be Vortex and micro like a god and play AoE4 like a god, basically play perfect Age of Empires 4 and you're fine. Oh my god. All right. So, that is now 3-0 up. Vortex really is the freaking boogeyman. Oh, this guy. King of the Hill, Malians versus Ottomans. Is this good for... This isn't good for Malians, right? Ottomans are pretty good here, no? Mainly because, like, Malians benefit when you... Like, in this matchup, you have to break the base, but you don't have to break the base here. You just have to win the hill. Technically, you can break the base, though. Like, Sipahi timing's early. My concern here is going to be, like, where are you getting your gold pit mines? And is that going to be a weak point? Like, I think you need a pretty good spawn to feel safe with that. Oy, oy, oy. sec. All right. Yeah, we're good to go. Just like I'm doing that doom scroll, like checking my inbox and seeing the amount of crap I'm gonna have to deal with after stream, and then I've still gotta optimize some things for tomorrow. Dude, I'm still like I know by the end of the night I'll know exactly what I want to do. I just need to take some time to think about what I think will be the coolest thing to do tomorrow. My hopes is we get a lot more people starting to turn up to those streams, and then I can start doing chat interactive type things as well. That's really my like end goal dream. Is giving you guys a chance to monkey around in them. Lamb didn't have the military number the whole game. Freaking horse archer spam. It's pretty good on a map where you've got a mega truck ton of wood, huh? We good. I don't think how this is gonna go. I wonder if Vortex is gonna try to play this exactly how Luciferon did against Beastie, where he done like that all in, but it looked like it should have just choked him out. But then like that was Roos, and they just kind of scraped together on men at arm strats, right? I don't think you have this. I mean, do you have the same feudal longevity as Marlians? It's kind of different, but you can. Sorry, no, Castle wasn't it that like got Beastie back in. You have like the sofa timing. I think there's a way that this can work for Mali. It's definitely not gonna be easy though. All right, they're gonna spawn the right side, or do I need to flip UI? Let's find out. Cursed. I have to flip UI. Ugh. All right. This guy can't keep winning. Someone has to stop him somewhere. Like, what do you even say at this point? Vortex has been unbeatable. He continues to be unbeatable. Wham has to be feeling it as well. He's 3-0 down. He heads into King of the Hill. Mali versus Ottomans. Ottomans just as powerful as Malians these days. It's not a case of Mali OP. Most players are starting to prioritize Otto even as a ban at this stage. That's how good they are. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's going to be game number 4 of our grand finals here in the midweek muster. Vortex just one victory away from defending that title again and again and again. And it never seems to end with this guy. We really thought Wham would be able to maybe light a fire under him this week, considering, you know, he was able to 3-1 Vortex's bro. No offense to Luciferon, Vortex is on another level. You know, there was a time where those two, like, even exchange, blow for blow. Recent times, I just look at Vortex as the torch carrier for Spain. And I don't think Luciferon minds me saying that. I mean, this guy has become the boogeyman to beat. Spear opening. Going to be a good idea. Look at the reaction. Wham wants no part of it. He's going to go for the wall up so that he can get the full greed pit mine. That is technically cheaper than building the outpost. Unless Vortex wants to extend his stay in Dark Age, should be an effective solution to this problem. Yeah, especially with the second tile coming up. Even plays it safe, just dragging it deeper. So there'd definitely be an overextension underneath the TC to get in anyway. So Vortex will be forced to stop at the 2. There's just not really any additional value to be had here. What Vortex could do is just play a Wham Classic and come back and deer shove. That's something that we've seen Wham do a lot when he goes to like the double spear play. Oh, wait. What? Wait. Guys. That was a little bit late. Does end up extending the wall because of that. It's 22 HP on a spearman, though. The villagers should be fine. Got like the biggest asterisk next to like should be fine. As long as he shivs back. May have been a bit late on shiving there, actually. Oops.
This has turned into a bit of a weird ego chow, guys. He's actually gonna die. Oh no. Come on. It's one spear. It's one hit. Oh, there was a hesitation there, and then Vortex baited him to chase him out pointlessly. Villager's just gonna go straight for the stab. Right? What? Yeah, I think he's just checking. He's like, is he paying attention? He is. And Minarump Redresser now on the way. So despite the fact that Vortex went for the spear play, he'll be the first tech up, which isn't the most unusual thing considering the way you invest in the pit mines. And he went wolves as well, but still. Give me a nice start for the Ottomans here. Especially considering they're already one worker up. On top of that, Redresser now. Redresser, of course, giving a big food influx. Let me pay out my predictions. I must now fire all my moderators and replace them with robots. What does Wham do? Is he going to play Sofa Archer like you normally would? It seems like a weird map sometimes to play Sofa on too, but it's not the worst idea in the world, actually. You can creep in with Sofas. Tricky part is I feel like Sipahi are actually proving to be pretty good against Sofas in this matchup. Which does sound a bit weird to say. Like, what? Heavy Cav should be better, KP. Well, there should and is. And right now, I'm on Sipahi's side. It's very rare to see a situation that can't be solved by massing Sipahi. Like, it's kind of, frankly, trivial the way that you play Ottomans. It's challenging to play it right, I'll say that much. But it's almost trivial the way they can just get away with just lobbing one unit. So, gonna be a Russian military schools here. It used to be that we were seeing a lot of just like double stables and pump, but a lot of people started to respect the value of just having this military schools. I think part of it has come down to the fact that Ottoman players have just gotten better at playing out the early phase of the game with less resources. And then it just turns military school into a bigger comeuppance if the game extends past 20 minutes. Love the camp on the gold. It means you can't even walk out and start building a pit mine. We've seen this with scouts before, if you guys remember. Not that you'll see any from Wham. I mean, he lost his on that dive, right? So he's riding completely blind. Now, this is dangerous. He's going for a raw ranch rush. The problem with this is if Vortex does add in stables and aggressively pumps into Sipahi, you can easily dive that. Let's put it this way. If I've seen the Japanese fast castle strat fail against Ottoman Sipahi lob and go, I'm not inspiring more confidence watching the Malian idea. He's at least gathering extra wood. More than you need for ranches, so this should be now production. He does the right thing. Rax is coming through. Kind of cool then. He got away with a much more greedy opening. We've seen the free ranch opening a lot, but the 6 ranch is a lot more dangerous, actually, depending on the opponent. Archery's to follow. Double archery, in fact. So he scouted it. Did he? I mean, he might just be assuming it. It's like the safest assumption to make that your opponent's going to react to Sipahi. Because if he doesn't, even if you now build the archers, your Sipahi can still just kind of win the game. It's not as emphatic if you add in archers and don't need them, but it's pretty convincing. King of the Hill's always been one of your favorite maps. I think maybe the one big criticism people would feel for King of the Hill is the expectation that a game will never reach past 30 minutes. It's not impossible, but I'd say in recent memories, it practically never happens, it feels like. Like, it's insanely rare. Vortex some in-man points. Ball's coming up from Wham. And adds in the javelins too. This is a tricky time though. Meta plus imams, very hard to break if you start fighting before you have that key count. So you want enough jab slash spears to just insta-kill the imams from range. If you can achieve that, it's comical how quickly this can fall apart. But the challenge that we've often seen is like, with the positioning on imams that these pro players work with, it's often been forcing the snipers into weird positions that loses them the game entirely. I like those sub 30-minute games. Yeah. I mean, I like them as long as they're action-packed. I think the biggest problem that honestly you see with like shorter games is it's much harder for a game to swing some roundabouts. And thus the storylines, like people clock out at 10 minutes like, oh, this video's only got 5 minutes left. It's obvious what the outcome is. I guess the nice thing about King of the Hill, because it's a sacred site, it's like, well, you kind of have to watch the end. Because even if, let's say the sacred site has 5 minutes left, there's only 5 or 6 minutes on the clock, it could be that that player won with the sacred site. Or it could be he lost everything trying to defend it and now called GG. That's at least the cool thing about it, I think. Step up is going to get punished. However, Sipahi do slip in. Vortex. Wait, what? Shiv's out against Sipahi. Is okay. -1. A little bit shocked at that attempt, actually. Sipahi's some of the best villager snipers in the game, really. Yeah, it's the extra range. It makes it difficult to slip away last second. Maybe he thought he could optimize that around the fact that they would require 4 hits as they've not got the melee attack. Cow count now up to 15. Wham definitely feels like he should have the better economy here, but can't discredit the power of this healing plus the meta aura now. Top that, Steeled Arrow coming in as the priority. Not even looking for the undermesh. He doesn't actually care that much about that javelin damage. Raxus to follow. Wham has at least got the second pit mine now established. We'll confirm that Vortex is still attacking. I make him think twice about taking this defense. In fact, he does back away. I think if he saw no more troops coming, Wham tries to contest that, but he knew how big that wave was going to be. So it does back out. Imams have been parked defensively. They're not getting up in the face here. They'll see that it's free on gold. That's definitely not the type of macro you'd expect from fast castle play. Someone that Vortex will have to start thinking about soon. It's definitely floating a lot of food, actually. Probably just because he's got more shifting across the woods, so we'll see that fixed shortly. Actually, I don't know. Like, do you just go castle now? If he was going to, you'd expect more on gold is the problem. Imam healing the fights. Got to just keep an eye on those javelins. See what I mean? How easy it is to bait them? Like, you see them click on it. It's obvious when they're diving towards it. They just want to run back. Gets them really close to Sipahi. Makes them really uncomfortable. Just no blacksmith techs is kind of crazy here, actually. Even the undermesh just goes a long way against this archer line. Gonna look to snipe him. Imams. He just survives it. Sipahi now with the dive in. Donzos have to brunt the force of the attack. Sipahi, they just go for it though. 4-2 gets activated. He doesn't care. He just dives straight past. Donzo's erased. Vortex will just peel it back. Rejuvenate all the damage, man. This is the thing. Like, that was into Donzo's essentially. He just didn't care. He saw the window, takes the strike. Takes the dub. Wham. He's about to make a bit of a gambit here, isn't he? I mean, he's ready to pull the trigger. So even though he lost most of his army, Fulani is going to be queued up momentarily. Just having more of a poke at it. Archer's just getting very few Donzo remain. Vortex actually has nobody on gold now. This is getting unusual. Yeah, Wham is actually going to get the tech up. Because like Vortex, we just saw a repump into Sipahi, but this does feel a little bit late. And wait, did Wham scout? Oh my god, yeah, that's why he doesn't have any on gold. Scout literally killed 3. What? No. You've got to be freaking kidding. So that Scout actually took out all 3 gold workers. I mean, it's because you don't think about it at the moment, because Scout, lol. But it's a warrior Scout. He upgraded him, didn't he? That's crazy. Grand Fulani coming in. Vortex backs off entirely. It's going to be castle on castle. I can't believe that. I think I done what Vortex would do in that situation. I glanced at it as like, it's just a Scout. And I will go back to the fight down here. And then you just see the worker kind of like, wait a second. What has he actually built that could ever kill workers in this game? Oh my god. Now he's about to trigger a big advantage here. Grand Fulani about to complete. Mehmed now on the way for Vortex. Will have his own extra passive production. Rax is getting added in. Is this a men-at-arm strat? I mean, it's not a bad idea here. It's dangerous because if your opponent sees it and switches Musafadi, it falls apart straight away. But he has to see it. And although Wham did rebuild his Scout to go kill 3 workers, he hasn't really been infamous for using Scouts for scouting in this game. His Scouts have mainly been attackers. Tech up is obvious now to Wham. He saw the camp by the Imam on the relic. It makes it very obvious. He's going to queue up his own priest, just looking towards the relic play to split up. Double relic. Now on the way home. Interestingly enough, we're not seeing Wham playing into Sofa. We're not seeing him play into Fadi. I mean, Sofa makes sense. When you see Castle coming on a map like this, it means Ottomans can just build Janissaries and sit here. So it doesn't feel like the best idea. Still, he's going to want to confirm men-at-arms pretty fast. If that count gets up to, say, 10, we start to see problems in the Mali strat. The Scout's just being a nuisance. Whoa, boy. We'll cover and fire, getting him back to base. Actually, it looks like he may have pulled away a bit too soon. Whoops. Warrior Scouts. Oh, they don't commit, though. Imam survives. We'll better bank the 2 relics and still have 2 boys left to work with. Wow, with the long walls now, by the way. Definitely respecting the possibility of Sipahi raids. Actually, quite right that you should. Veteran CEO on Sipahi is a big deal. You know, if you thought they were threatening in Feudal, wait until you see the things in Castle Age. Bam, now that Sofa play. If Vortex goes into Janissaries, it's going to be a problem. But like the problem you have here is Vortex is you kind of want to wait until you've got all military schools up and you have this point, which he just took. He took it at 6. That's not a lot of gunpowder, actually. Yeah, against 17 javelins, that can get sniped basically the start of the fight. Really comes down to positioning, of course. If Vortex keeps the Sipahi forward enough, different matter. Outpost creep coming in from Wham. Sipahi ready to engage. See an opening. They have to guard is the problem. Arms are going to charge forward. Villagers bail on the most. Only one hanging around. The issue here is the men-at-arms. Like, you're seeing the way Vortex is doing this. He's trying to bait the spears to turn, get the men-at-arms in, and then re-engage. He's just making sure his heavily armored absorbs it all. And now Fortitude gets activated again. Mincemeat mode. He wipes the front line. Just chow down for the 4-0 victory. This is the ridiculous power of these. Just one step back to get 5 steps ahead. He's done it again. Every time, every moment, there's a semblance of belief that Wham could do it. Vortex removes any doubt with one move. It's like watching someone play chess, and on their turn, they just flip the table, and that counts as a legal move. Does not even make it look close. A 4-0 distromination. A strong and dominant statement from Vortex going into the grand finals weekend of the upcoming S-tier tournament. Everyone should be crapping in their pants. Because this time is the champ to beat. Jesus Christ, this guy. Oh, what a villain. Vortex eating all of the money in the esports scene so that poor indie players that can't afford anything will have nothing. People like Marine Lord will not be able to afford it. Okay. Damn. What a beast. GG's to Vortex. He does it again. That is now... How many is he up to? This freaking guy. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of 6... actually, sorry, 10. 10 out of 16 of Season 2's KPMMs that he has won. And reminder, the only one that he participated in and then didn't win, I think was week 6. The other 5 he just didn't sign up. Freaking guy. How big's the streak? He's now up to 4. If you count the fact that he didn't participate in week 12, then he's up to 7. Not bad. Oh, blimey. But guys, that will start to bring us to a close. Reminder, by the way, we are live tomorrow. Should be live, I'd say about 2:30 UK time. Just have notifications on. 2:30 UK or 3 p.m. UK time. Have notifications on anyway, and you'll know. It won't be pushed to you YouTubers because the YouTube channel is AoE4 centric. It doesn't make sense to have non-AoE4 content on there. I don't think. I think YouTube would treat that weirdly, probably. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should just hit live on it. We'll see. But we'll definitely live on Twitch. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing challenges. So I've narrowed it down. We're going to be doing something very unique in either Cyberpunk, Rayman, GTA, or I think maybe Fallout. I'm weighing up my options. But it will be epic, is all you need to know. If you guys didn't catch the Friday stream, it's in the VODs. Go check out the coolest way to play Sonic. But yeah, we've got more cooking. And then next week, we got Front Page on Tuesday. We'll also be doing more games played in challenging ways, as well as continues on Fridays. The goal is going to be basically moving forward to aim for Mondays and Thursdays to be AoE4, and then Tuesdays and Fridays to be these challenge modes. But yeah, hopefully you guys are excited to see what it's going to be. Like, I don't want to spoil it. Like, I'm down to a few ideas, and I think I know which one I want to do exactly. But like, I'm going to do a final hurdle of checks to see if like I can spice it up even further. But that'll be it. What I'll do now, guys, I'm going to end the stream on YouTube. Thank you for watching. Twitch, hang around because we